This is the May 14th, 2024 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Rouse.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
And Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
And I believe you have some ceremonial items to read, or an item to read.
Item 1, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month 2024. And while we're at it, I'll read item 2, National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 12th through 18th, 2024.
So this is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2024. Whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are a diverse community tracing heritage to dozens of countries and regions, including China, India, Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, South Korea, Polynesia, Pakistan, Melanesia, and Micronesia. And whereas the Congressional Gold Medal was awarded in 2011 to Japanese Americans who served through their families, who were incarcerated in concentration camps under Executive Order 9066, awarded in 2017 to Filipino Americans who solely lost their military benefits due to the Rescission Act of 1946, the Rescission Act, and awarded in 2020 to Chinese American veterans who were ineligible for citizenship when the war began due to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. And whereas AAPI have always battled discrimination, litigating early immigration law, including birthright citizenship and the infamous Korematsu versus U.S. decision upholding internment, and united to create a single AAPI identity to fight injustice following the murder of Vincent Chin, for which the assailants received probation and a fine but no time in jail. And whereas the first Asian to settle in Santa Barbara was Filipino Antonio Miranda Rodriguez, a founding pobladores of Santa Barbara, who arrived in Santa Barbara in 1783 and was buried in the Presidio Chapel, after whom came many local Filipino residents and the creation of the Filipino Community Association, which remains active today at 425 State Street. And whereas in the 1860s, Chinese immigrants built a vibrant Chinatown on the first block of East Can Perdido that included mercantiles, laundries, a place of worship, and a community association, but was devastated and dismantled following the 1925 earthquake when the city chose to adopt a cohesive Spanish colonial revival look. And whereas Japanese residents settled in the blocks of 100 East Can Perdido and 800 Anacapa Street in the early 20th century, enriching the areas with a grocery store, barbershop, boarding house, billiard hall, and churches until April 1942, when local Japanese Americans were incarcerated at the Gila River concentration camp, after which only a few returned. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara respects the many cultural, economic, social, and educational contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to our community. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as American and Pacific Islander Month and encourage residents to join in the celebration by participating in local AAPI events, reading about AAPI history, and rejecting prejudice. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Mayor Rouse and council members, thank you for your recognition today of May as AAPI Heritage Month. In 2021, we first came to the podium in the shadow of attacks against the AAPI community, particularly women and our elders. In 2023, we came shortly after the Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay incidents, where Asian American elders were among both the victims and the perpetrators. To me, it was a clear lesson that any of us can become perpetrators, and that we must reject violence as a solution, not only from individuals, but from our institutions and our nation as well. The Santa Barbara AAPI Solidarity Network also became involved in AAPI Heritage Month as part of our goal of decreasing the invisibility of the AAPI community. What does that invisibility even mean? It can mean the most simple perception. For example, I've had people guesstimate to me that the AAPI population is about 1%, when it's actually 6%, the third largest racial population in the city of Santa Barbara. For our institutions, it can mean changing the way we approach data and the assumptions that we make. For example, with lung cancer, the screening recommendations are only for people who have smoked. But the incidence of lung cancer, is also decreasing in the overall population. But among Asian American women with lung cancer, 55% have never smoked. Among Chinese and Indian American women, 80 and 90% have never smoked. So in my own family, my mother and her sister both passed away within a couple of months, and they were both lung cancer victims who had never smoked. And while the Asian American population is about 7% of the population, only about 0.17% of the NIH medical research budget focuses on our community. And so I know that the city of Santa Barbara does not do medical research, but the point is that oftentimes for Asian Americans, assumptions about our community affect the analysis and collection of data. And so that's just something that I wanted to bring to your attention as an institution. And I also wanted to share that as a Heritage Month and a time to share our accomplishments, our resilience, it's also an opportunity to learn about our nation's history. And so this year, I am grateful to the Fund for Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors for awarding our network a grant from the Racial Equity Fund. So we will be able to share over the next year some more of the history of Santa Barbara's Chinatown before the 1925 earthquake as we approach the 100th anniversary. We will also have an opportunity to celebrate the Lunar New Year, which has been celebrated here at least since the 19th century. I also want to share that the Santa Barbara County Genealogical Society has an online exhibit that shares information about Asian American families from the period of 1870 to 1970, and you can access that online at sbgen.org, and click on in the community tab and society exhibits to learn more. And it also has, it's something they started during the pandemic, and they have the African American community so far, the Jewish American community. It's also Jewish American Heritage Month, I will also say. And lastly, another way that has been brought to our attention from our network is that the UCSB Filipino Cultural Night has a celebration that they do on May 25th. It's at Campbell Hall, and it's their 33rd annual year. So I hope that's something that you can consider supporting. Okay, thank you.
Chief, this is National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 12th through 18th, 2024. Whereas in 1963, the United States Congress and President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th at Peace Officer Memorial Day, and at the week at which it falls is National Police Week, and as such, the Santa Barbara Police Department will celebrate the week of May 12th through 18th, 2024 as National Police Week. And whereas law enforcement officers swear an oath to uphold the public trust, even though through the performance of duties of a law enforcement officer, the officers may become targets for senseless acts of violence. And whereas the members of the City of Santa Barbara Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens. And whereas this week serves as an opportunity for the community to express gratitude for the sacrifices made by law enforcement and their families, and to show support for those who serve and protect us. And whereas we recognize the importance of fostering positive relationships between law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve, and promoting mutual respect, understanding, and trust. Now therefore, I, Randy Rouse, as Mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim May 12th through May 18th, 2024 to be National Police Week and Peace Officer Memorial Day in memory of those law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community, and to honor those law enforcement officers presently serving the community. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, City Council members, I just want to share a couple of statistics because I think it's an important moment to recognize. In 2023, 136 police officers were killed in the line of duty across the nation. 7 were from California. As of today, there have been 58 police officers killed in the line of duty just this year in 2024, with 22 killed by gunfire. On April 29th, 4 officers were killed serving a warrant in Charlotte, North Carolina. An additional 4 officers were shot and injured just during this one incident. This is also a time to reflect on the importance of those in the back of the room. You know, that's where you can always find us, is the back of the room or by the door, of the job that the men and women of the Santa Barbara Police Department do every day. I will say for me, this week is particularly impactful. I actually personally know and worked with 4 officers whose names are on the wall in Washington, D.C., and I'm going to call those 4 officers out: Steve Gaida, Bobby Joe Mata, who was actually my classmate, Phil Cuesta, and Sean Diamond. And I personally sat in the car and worked with each of them. So tomorrow we will be having a Peace Officer Memorial Ceremony at 11 a.m., because tomorrow is the actual day of remembrance in front of the station, to honor the memory of those who have proudly worn our badges and given their lives to the service of others. So thank you for taking the moment to recognize this. And like I said, I just want to recognize the men and women that really do everything that they can do to serve this community honorably every single day. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Madam Administrator, are any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll move to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, you have some items to read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 4, correction of inadvertent codification errors regarding just cause tenant protection and street improvement and permitting requirements, ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara correcting inadvertent codification errors relating to ordinance number 6139 regarding just cause tenant protection and ordinance number 6143 regarding street improvement and permitting requirements. Item 5, records destruction for Parks and Recreation Department resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Parks and Recreation Department in the administration, golf, parks, and recreation divisions. And item 6, design and environmental services for the Vic Trace Reservoir Replacement Project resolution agreement. Recommendation that council C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate funds for design and environmental services for the Vic Trace Reservoir Replacement Project.
All right, very good. Are there any items that a council member needs to pull? Mr. Jordan?
Number 6, please.
Okay, and we have a public speaking request for that as well. Ms. Gutierrez?
Number 7.
Number 7. And Madam Clerk, would you read number 7 to the record, please?
Certainly, item 7 is First Amendment to Workplace Investigation Services Agreement.
All right, very good. And with that, I would take a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, items, accepting items 6 and 7.
So move.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Jordan. May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, accepting items number 6 and number 7, a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously, thank you. And with that, we'll move to a report from the Finance Committee. Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, the Finance Committee received a report from staff regarding the update on Vision 2030 and our fiscal sustainability initiative, and considering a possible sales tax measure for upcoming November 2024 ballot. The committee voted unanimously to forward the draft resolutions and ordinance to the full City Council for larger discussion.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to general public comment. General public comment is for any item that is not currently on the agenda but within the purview of this body. And you have 3 minutes at the dais. First speaker is David Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've come again to speak on behalf of the American Peace March. I'm organizing this effort to walk from California to the White House this year. And the main purpose is to promote the restoration of the great law of peace. See, I first moved to Santa Barbara in 1974 to do work at UCSB on unified field theory. Means a system of equations that describe all of physical reality, all events in nature, no matter when or where. Since that time, I've discovered over the years that this concept of the inviolably sovereign natural law is common to many different religions. It's the Torah of Judaism, what the Muslims call the will of the one God that can never be contradicted. It's what the Buddhists call the Dharma, by which everything operates and will bring peace to the world as it's accepted and understood. And it's what the Iroquois people call the Great Law of Peace. This Great Law of Peace in the Iroquois system was what was a pattern for the United States developing our government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But the concept of the Great Law of Peace is an inviolably sovereign natural law, a law like gravity that you cannot contradict without getting in trouble, like your head, you can imagine. So I'm trying to bring this out. I'm writing a book. It's not yet out, but I asked the mayor to proclaim a proclamation of support for restoring the great law of peace. And I don't think it's ready to be understood yet. I'll hope when my book comes out and the people read it, it will, and I can get such a proclamation. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Tom Oswald.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to bring something to your attention. There's a late stage now of a permit for a 6-story, 50-unit apartment building on Grand Avenue, which is on the Lower Riviera. And a number of us are concerned about that, but in the time, I just want to focus on safety. If you know the Lower Riviera, you know it's crowded, the streets are very narrow, they're parked all over the place. With a 50-unit building, we'll have probably 100 cars a normal assumption. And what I'm worried about is safety. That is to say, for example, during the Thomas Fire, people in the Upper Riviera were told to evacuate. Well, it's not so easy to get from the Upper Riviera down because there's a lot fewer streets than you think because APS is divided. So most of the streets are not available if you're on the uphill side. You can't get to them, right? So Jimeno and Garcia, you can't get there from here. Where you end up is on California and Grand, which is where this building is going to be built. I live on California, so I've been there for 43 years, and I know what the parking is like. And so there's this issue of people escaping, like the Thomas Fire, and there's the issue of emergency vehicles getting up the hill, and they have the same problem. There's only 1 or 2 streets. California, by the way, does not go through, so it looks nice and straight. But when you get to the top, you have to go point, point, point to get up to APS. It doesn't work. In fact, I've also seen the local fire station fire truck fail to get up California because I live on the steepest block. So that's the main thing I'm worried about is people being able to get in and out in kind of an expectation of some kind of emergency. I could also imagine an accident on APS where people drive like crazy and then the fire truck can't get, or the people can't get up there. So I'm hoping, and I don't know whether it's realistic, that maybe somebody in the council can deal with, maybe this building doesn't have to be quite so large. It's 6 stories, which is huge for our neighborhood. And I don't know, I haven't followed all of the permitting and so on and so forth. And I know a lot of the neighbors have done others. I think some of you have received videos of, they were sent out, somebody produced a rather nice video of what it's like to drive up some of our streets. So that's my request, that you maybe take this under submission and maybe this not get permitted as is. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers online for general public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands, and also I will just announce to anyone attending online to please raise your hand when the item is called if you wish to be heard. But there's no raised hands.
Very good. With that, we'll go to our pulled consent items. We'll start with item 6. Mr. Jordan, you asked to pull that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, just have a couple questions for staff. Apparently, finance has taken over already,
Yeah,
right? So,
they got comfortable already.
I probably don't need both of you, and probably most of my conversations have been with Mr. Hagemart, but I know the answers to these questions because I've had multiple meetings with both Mr. Hagemart and Mr. Mendel, but I just wanted to ask them in public so I could get some answers on that it's out there in public. And so can you go over briefly what our role has been hosting the radio club up at the Vic Trace Reservoir facility, and what steps we've actually taken to try and help them relocate, both to city land and to private property?
Yeah. Yes, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. We've the radio folks have been up there for a while. They are a club that has been using the Vic Trace property for many years now. We do have a lease with them, and it has been a no-cost lease to them to utilize the property. We certainly have other entities that utilize the facility for communication, AT&T specifically. They are a subleasee of Crown Castle, who has been our contact and has responsibility of removing the tower when the lease ends here shortly. And we are looking to get all of these third parties off of this site. We will still maintain a small police and fire communication on site, but we've been trying to help out the radio club to find a new home. We have our land development team who's been working as well to try and identify. They have been obviously got quite a few time slots on KEYT and local news trying to drum up interest. And I don't know exactly how far that's gone, but they do have, it's our understanding, they do have other installations. They have something at LaCumber Peak and another location within the South Coast area. I think they particularly like this site because of access to the site, which is somewhat problematic for us too, because this is supposed to be a secure site. This is our reservoir site, and we want to make sure that we know exactly who's coming on site and what their purposes are, and that's been kind of a challenge for us to manage. But we do support them finding a new home and hope we can help facilitate that.
And specifically, again, I just apologize for asking questions. I've already participated in the answer. We've actually used our engineering staff and our GIS staff because they have some, I get maybe not unique to them, but unique to you and me, requirements for line of sight to the ocean, not down in a bowl. So we've looked at, say, the Fellowship area reservoir, and that just doesn't quite meet the grade because it sits in a bowl. We've looked at other high sites that the city owns where there may or may not be utilities, and we have actually gotten in the weeds, so to speak, using our technology to actually look for a place that would that we could help facilitate, right?
Yeah, including, some of the partnering agencies that we know have extra space on hilltops. We've been trying to just see what they have available as well. So yeah, we've certainly been trying to help. Again, not wanting to spend a ton of time using taxpayer dollars to support a private club's interest, but trying to facilitate them finding a new home.
And then I know we've exercised our lease rights for the date. And is that really a line in the sand, or just we need to get people out of there and we just go through the process? But as they continue to look, is there any opportunity for them to be on notice to get out immediately if we have to, but they can go past that date as they continue to look, or not?
Well, we really need them to get off site. I mean, it's really been, we've let them know, they've had over a year notice that this was coming. We've been trying to communicate with everyone that this is coming. My angst at this point is we're going to start to have some investigative equipment showing up to do borings and looking for other stuff on site, and it just having to work around them just adds cost and complications to our project. And I think if they're a good tenant, they respect that tenant relationship and understand that this protection of the city's water supply is paramount here, and that they need, potentially there's an opportunity for them to come back when we're done with the project, but for the time being, we really need them to respect that interest and find a new home.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. Gutierrez, you have a question for the staff?
Yes. You stated that there's security issues. Has there been incidents in the past?
We've had, are aware of incidents in which property owners, somebody has gained access to our property and climbed over the fence and broken into homes surrounding the reservoir, and certainly we've gotten the police department involved in those, but really trying to make sure that we know exactly who's on site, given the importance of that reservoir.
But that wasn't directly caused by the radio club.
We don't know. We don't know how they got access.
Is the radio club a tenant in good standing?
They have access to the site. We have had some challenges. They overloaded their tower up there and it fell over last year, and luckily it didn't hurt anybody or take out any of our critical infrastructure. But I'd say there is room to improve as far as the radio club's actions on site.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. And then, thank you, Mr. Hagmark. We have Warren Myers, public speaker on this. Mr. Myers, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor, council members, neighbors, nice to meet you. My name's Warren. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Barbara Wireless Foundation and Amateur Radio Club. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara and live just below the Vic Trace Reservoir, in fact. My comments today are that we've been having difficulty as a club finding an alternate site. That's been a challenge, both a site that provides coverage similar to the current location, especially related to some of the nonprofit and governmental or public agencies that we support. I think that's been well publicized, so I won't, list those agencies. Additional challenges in finding another site is our communication building, which houses quite a substantial amount of infrastructure, is difficult and costly to move, and it inhibits us from finding a site that can really accommodate all of those missions that we support. Additionally, ideally, we would have another tower, although it's true that a tower fell last year, and I'm not familiar with the particulars there. I was not a member of the club at that time. There is still a tower standing, and it is an essential part of the communications mission that we support. We expect that it will require considerable time to find a site and to secure funding and negotiate terms with a new leaser. Were we to vacate as instructed by the due date, we would very likely need to abandon the facility that we have there, certain equipment and the building, and so that would result in a significant loss of assets to us. It's just not going as quickly as we had hoped. So we encourage the council to further encourage Public Works, and I appreciate, Mr. Jordan, your comments and the report of staff, but some additional time would be greatly appreciated in trying to find a new site, and we do appreciate the work that you guys are doing. We haven't met, but thank you for your support. We also would ask that if the current site can be adapted to support even some of our needs, that would be helpful on an interim basis. And it's not clear what the timeline of this project is. We know there is a tower for some of the city's critical services that will be raised. But if there were a possibility of allowing us to stay in some fashion for an interim period of time, that would be, I think, a good second to being asked to vacate entirely. Then finally, if we are asked to vacate as planned, an extension in time and continued support finding alternate sites would kind of be our minimal hope anyway. So we appreciate the support of the council today.
Thank you very much. Are there any commenters online for item 6?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And back to the council for comments and/or a motion on item 6.
I'll move item 6 and just say that I've actually toured up there several years ago, and I know there's a tension here in that there's a certain community benefit in kind of in line with second responders for when the zombies start coming and the regular communications go down, that this is one backup system. They also do some community good work tracking ships for NOAA out there and gauging their speed for whale strikes and compliance, and I think they do some stuff with airliners too. And I don't see a way out of this personally, so I'm happy to make the motion, but I think the time has come probably, Mr. Myers, if you can go in the mayor and council's office and get my business card. I owe Levi a call. But brainstorming with Adam Mendel last week, we even thought about the top of the Frontier building over on Chapala, which is about to go through a major project, and half of that building is being vacated by Frontier, and it has a ton of electricity and a ton of switches and stuff left in it. So if you'd like to talk further about that, you can give me a call. But still, I'll move the staff recommendation.
All right, staff recommendation moved. Second by Friedman. Any further discussion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Okay, this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the recommended action. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously with one abstention with Mr. Gutierrez. Or passes 6-1. Okay, very good. Item 7, Ms. Gutierrez.
Yeah, I just want city staff to give a little bit more detail on this item on consent, just for the public.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Howard.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. I'm not clear what more detail you're
If-
looking for, but if you could-
So I got a couple random emails. If you could just explain to the public, those that, just a little bit more of, we contract out and just, just a little
Certainly.
history, background. Yeah, thank you.
So the city, like many other employers, do receive complaints for employment-related claims, and these require expertise usually housed in the city attorney's office, human resources, and the risk management. And our current staffing levels do not allow for us to give enough effort expeditiously to these claims. So we use outside firms to help us with these things. And this is why we're doing this particular case. We have had internal discussions about expanding staffing in this area, but it's not going to happen in fiscal '24 or even fiscal '25. But that's why we have to have this done.
Thank you so much.
You're
That's
welcome.
all. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on item 7? Is there any public speakers on item 7?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion. Moved by
Second.
Jordan, second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Vote, please.
This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for item 7, recommended action. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And with that, we'll move to Councilmember Committee Assignment Reports. Anybody have something like Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a clarification. It was brought to my attention on the outcome from the Finance Committee. So the Finance Committee voted, we didn't vote to move forward staff recommendation. What we voted was to bring the draft of the resolution and the ordinance to council for consideration and decision-making.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Attended a Quality in informational meeting with the Housing Authority, the Thomas Gary Awards, and congratulations to the brave officers of those awards. Well, I hesitate to mention the UCSB Economic Forum, Solstice Birthday Bash, Franceschi Park Community Meeting, very well attended, great presentation by Parks and Recreation staff and architects, and very positively received. We had another Housing Crisis Committee meeting with CAUSE and Santa Barbara Tenants Union. State of the Zoo this morning, and upcoming on Friday will be the City College commencement ceremony.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the UCSB Economic Summit, the Quality in Housing open house put on by the Housing Authority, and also the Big Show Industrial Arts Awards for the local junior highs and high schools that took place this week. And congratulations to all the students and the great work that they're doing. It's really inspiring to see the products that they're able to do through woodshop and industrial arts.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll move to the administrative agenda. You have an item to read, Madam Clerk?
Item 10, fiscal year 2025 recommended operating and capital budget.
All right, very good. And with that, I'm going to ask that anyone who wants to raise their hand for this item to speak on it online, please do so by 3 p.m., as well as anybody here. That I do have one speaker slip for item 10. Mr. DeMartini, in your presentation, you have it divided into sections, and we talk about there are sections for questions. Would you rather do the questions by department, or would you rather wait till the end and do a cumulative Q&A?
Mayor Rouse, it is staff's recommendation that we take council questions at the end of each department section. I think that would lend itself well to department staff that are here to be able to answer questions. But then staff will be available at the end of the staff presentation. If there are further questions from a prior department that's presented, will be available for questions at that time as well.
Very good. So my question then, Madam Administrator, as far as public comment on sections or their comment is for the item, that's what people sign up for. But if it pertains to a certain section, should we entertain public comment then, or should that wait till the end of the entire item?
Mr. Mayor, we could do it either way, but probably it should be after each department presentation, because that would follow staff, the council member questions, and then also at the end, just to
Okay,
wrap up with
that's why
public comment.
hopefully I can parse who's here for what thing.
If not, and it makes more sense, we could just hold public comment till the very end.
Okay,
Since-
well,
since
we
probably
can
the
certainly
public
offer both.
comments
I
don't.
think I know who this speaker's after, but we can go on from there, so.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. DiMartini, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DiMartini, and I'm the city's finance director. I'm here with Ms. Natalia Glusik, the city's budget manager, and Ms. Valencia and Ms. Needle, budget analysts in our department. And it is our pleasure to present an overview of the city administrator's recommended budget for fiscal year 2025, the mid-cycle budget hearing for the general fund departments and related capital that is funded by the general fund and Measure C. The agenda for today's presentation is to receive an overview of the general fund first, and then we will go into discussing each individual department, all the departments that are funded by the general fund, and then we will provide an overview of the general fund capital and the Measure C capital, and then have questions, discussion, and public comment at the very end as well. The recommendation to council today is to hear a presentation from staff from the general fund departments, general fund capital expenditure, and Measure C funds regarding their fiscal year 2025 recommended budget. The budget hearing schedule is shown on this slide, and this is the slide that we presented when we introduced the city administrator's recommended budget back on April 23rd. Since that meeting, we have added one additional public hearing, and that is the public hearing that is scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow's presentation will be specifically on the downtown parking fund, including their proposed rate structure. We will come back to the full city council next Tuesday, where we will do the budget hearing for all of the other funded departments, enterprise funds, the internal service funds, and a handful of other funds where we budget revenues and expenditures. And then the next scheduled meeting is on June 4th at the regular city council meeting. That will be our budget deliberation meeting. And so feedback and comments and other items that council brings up today, we will be taking notes, and we will be bringing those items and consolidating them for the budget deliberation meeting scheduled for June 4th. And we are scheduled to have the budget request adoption from council on June 11th. And then you can see there are a couple other budget-related topics, primarily for the utility rate changes for water, wastewater, and solid waste. Okay, so now let's jump into the general fund. We're going to start with what are some of the major changes. As we've been talking about with council so far, this is a mid-cycle update. And so we are focusing the staff's presentation on the budget during these budget hearings to primarily talk about the major changes in fiscal year 2025 compared to the second year of the two-year financial plan. And so staff will not be presenting every individual line item or every individual change necessarily. We'll be focusing the presentation on some of those major changes. And this slide summarizes what some of those major changes are that are in individual department budgets, but also across the entire organization. That includes some additional cost increases for salaries and pension cost increase assumptions. There is a general softening of some of our tax revenues, which we've discussed already. We'll show a slide on that. There are dedicated staff that staff is proposing for implementation of the city's housing element as part of the general plan. You will see additional positions in both the community development department and the city attorney's office. Inflation is still an issue. It still is driving some additional cost increases above and beyond what was assumed in the second year of the plan. So you will see that across all operating departments as well. And we've been talking about downtown parking. You'll receive a detailed presentation from staff on that topic tomorrow. And so all of that together, the net impact on the city's general fund is a projected deficit of approximately $7.1 million in fiscal year 2025. If you go on to the next slide, you'll see how that deficit is calculated on the column on the far right, showing our revenues coming in at just over $216 million and our expenditures coming in greater than that at $220 million. But it is important to note that there is this requirement to meet the city's reserve policy. And so as our expenditure budget does increase, which it does every year, the reserve requirement also goes up because it's a percent of our next year's adopted budget. It's also important to note that our revenues do go up as well, but again, not at the same rate. And so that is how we calculate the 7.1 projected deficit in fiscal year 2025. So this next slide lists our major tax sources, our tax revenues in the general fund. These are the primary ones that come in, and you can see that we do get other revenues, that second line from the bottom. And this primarily is revenue that comes from fees that are charged by general fund departments, such as a recreation program, a user would likely pay a fee. So those types of revenues are included in there as well. And as you can see, our pie chart of our revenues is very diverse. We are not heavily reliant on one or two taxes. However, you can see that pretty much across the board, except for property tax, which continues to grow at a very healthy rate. Other taxes have not grown at a rate that is necessarily sustaining or adequate to cover our additional expenditure growth. You can see that in sales tax, you can see that in transient occupancy tax, and also our other taxes such as cannabis and business license tax are subtotaled in that line. So that's a trend that we have been noticing for the past couple of years. When you look at the other side of our profit and loss statement, you look at our expenditures, and you can see this summarizes our projected growth in salaries and benefits coming from known, already negotiated and approved salary increases in our labor MOUs, as well as assumptions for additional salary increases that we would be anticipating in fiscal year 2025. It also includes assumptions for increased costs for our pension, as well as health insurance and other costs related to our staff. And then assumptions for supplies and others includes just ongoing operating expenses, and the inflation is where we see a little bit of an increase in fiscal year 2025 here. The equipment and capital line is primarily how Measure C is spent to invest in the city's infrastructure, excuse me, and purchase ongoing equipment that is required for our public safety functions, as well as parks and recreation and the library. And before we jump into each department, I wanted to remind council of the general fund expenditure reduction targets that were set at the beginning of the fiscal year 2024-2025 two-year financial plan. These were targets that were set by the city administrator and then were required to be included in the budget recommendation that was before council last fiscal year. And so this is just a reminder of what those target expenditure reductions were for each of the general fund departments. And as we go through the slides today, you will see a slide for each department about how they have been able to work toward either meeting this goal, some of them meeting it completely, and some departments actually exceeding some of their target reductions as well. So we will go through each of those, and so that will be clear to council also. So now let's jump into each individual general fund department. And we're going to, this is the list of the departments that we are planned to present today. It's in alphabetical order, so we will start with city administration and then work through and end up with sustainability and resilience. Myself and staff on the budget team will deliver the presentation for each of these departments today, but we do have staff from each of these departments that are here, and they are ready and they are available to help answer any questions that any members of council might have. For each of these departments, we will present an overview of their revenues and expenditures, and it will show the tables that are presented in the city's online budget tool through OpenGov. We will also highlight to council what are some of the major changes in each of the department's revenue and expenditure budgets. We will go over any position changes, any material changes that might impact their programs related to expenditures. We will talk about fee changes. We will talk about their expenditure reduction targets. And we will also talk about capital improvement projects for each of these departments as well. So those are the major topics. So let's jump in. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Glusick, who will present city administration.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini, Honorable Mayor, members of council, members of the public. My name is Natalia Glusick. I am the budget manager for the city of Santa Barbara. Before we get started, I'd just like to reiterate that we are concentrating in today's presentation in the changes, the material changes from the second year of the two-year plan. And again, staff are present to answer more specific questions and entertain clarifying questions after each department. Just a general comment, overall salaries and benefits and allocated costs are rising predominantly due to insurances and just rises in input costs. That being said, we are constantly refining our methodologies. We did find that we were including a 5% step increase to parties who were at the top of their pay scale. And so by refining that methodology and correcting for that, you will see a reduction in some departments on the salaries. Also, we did have some retirements this year, and we budget, and those people were at the top of their pay scale. And when we budget for vacancies, we do budget at a lower rate, so you might see some drops that seem incongruous with the rising salaries. So for city administration, excuse me, here we have a general overview of their revenues and expenditures. Again, today we are concentrating only on the general fund and the Measure C capital. Each department will have a capital slide, so we will get to that in more detail. If you look at the revenues for the city administrator, taxes, fees, and services are pretty stable, while the other revenues are falling and slightly, and that is because they are no longer servicing the city of Goleta meetings and doing their handling and billing. On the expenditure side, they are rising predominantly due again to the increases in salaries and benefits. We are also hiring a lobbyist to represent and promote the city's legislative priorities at the regional and state level. That will be an ongoing cost of about $60,000 per year. We also have a slight increase in our supplies and services in that we are purchasing a software for the city's clerk office that will streamline the application process for all boards and commissions in the city. That's about $16,000 one-time cost. As mentioned before, we are hiring a lobbyist at an ongoing cost of $60,000 per year, and that is to promote our city's legislative and priorities at the regional and state level. Previously, the cannabis fees were under their own resolution. So this year, we are folding them into the master fee schedule. So by integrating that, they should be a one-stop shop to find, and people won't have to go separately to go find those cannabis fees. And that is for new license application and for renewals. City Administration Office did meet their reduction goals last year. They did this predominantly by reducing hourly money for staff. They were able to cobble together money from other savings to help buoy up those hourly wages. As promised, we have a page for the capital. Excuse me. Measure C in the current fiscal year did use $500,000, and in the coming fiscal year will be $203,000, and that is for the leasing of the daytime navigation center as a homeless response. And with that, we'll pause to entertain questions from anybody who has them.
To council for question, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I have a question, I guess this would be for Mr. Bodette, maybe. Being that we have a budget challenge and we hired a lobbyist, could you speak to what was the reasoning behind that and what is the benefit of that program?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Freeman, thank you for that question. So our response to it was actually in direct response to our electeds who literally told us that it would be a good idea for the city of Santa Barbara to actually have a physical presence in Sacramento to legislate on our behalf or advocate on our behalf. Whether it's a earmark for a budgetary something that funding for the city, or whether it's getting some word changing in some legislation, we feel the return on investment is well worth it in this regard. We're only less than a year into our relationship with Townsend, who's representing us, and it's been a very fruitful relationship thus far. They're even advocating for us on a federal level, even though we're actually not paying them to do so. So we greatly appreciate their efforts and feel it's great. Great
Thank you.
return.
Just wanted to have more information on that. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor House. Just 2 questions. One, I missed what you said about Goleta, because we're no longer doing something for Goleta. What was that?
That is correct. Oh, thank you, Mr. Bodett.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Councilman Sneddon. I apologize, that was probably articulated a little poorly. We used to actually do the actual video production for some of their meetings and then bill GLEDA for that work. We're no longer doing that.
Did not know that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're no longer doing that. So you see a reduction in our revenues because we're just not doing that work, and so.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I have a question, I think, for finance team. I'm not sure I understand how to read these charts, and so before I go through the entire presentation, I thought I might ask first. So actuals, projections, approved budget, and then recommended budget. If you could just sort of articulate what each of those headers are.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. So the first column that you see is for the 2023 actuals. That was last fiscal year. We have closed the books on that and produced our annual report. So that is actually what was brought in and what was spent in real dollars. The FY24 projections come from the Q2 report, and that is what the departments expect to spend by the end of the year. This includes often carryover work. So if you have a multi-year project, it may represent as a kind of bump in that expenditure. And also if something they think is going to come short, or if they needed to ask for more money, all those adjustments that happen during the year. So you may see a little bump in those projections. The FY25 2-year approved budget is the second year of the 2-year plan, which was approved last June. So we wanted you to have that comparative number so you could see the difference between that number and the final column, which is what we are actually proposing today after getting a year's worth of data to modify it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, further questions for this section?
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to amend my prior statement, and it's better if we take public comment at the end of the presentation, since we don't know which public commenters are for which department.
That's a little clearer, yeah, thank you.
If that would be acceptable.
Very good, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next section, please. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next department is the City Attorney. It is important to, here we have the overview of our revenue and our expenditure detail. Again, we are going to focus on the general fund. Just as a note, that $786 in that special fund expenditure was actually from a winter storm expense that was incurred in 2023. That's why you don't see any other budgeting for that. It's important to note that the attorney's office is not a revenue-generating office. Any revenue that comes in is from settlements or litigation. We're not in the business of making money that way. So this is really for cost recovery. Under the projections number, you will see $250,000 that came in from the Dario Pini case. In a subsequent slide, you will see that transferred out of the attorney's office. That is actually going to help fund the new local housing trust fund. I think it's important to note also that an additional, since the Q2 report was filed, an additional $16,000 did come in, and that is again for cost recovery, for court fees, expert costs, and other kinds of costs that we have within that department. Excuse me. On the expenditure side, things are fairly stable for the attorney's office. You will see a slight drop in the salaries, and again, that was from that refining a methodology that I mentioned earlier and a couple of retirements that we had. I do want to point out again that $250,000 transfer. That is a new number, and again, that is from the Dario Pini case that came in, and we're going to use that to help fund the new local housing trust fund. We were directed by council in a previous meeting to not carry forward the $1.75 million, where you see that jump on that line item on the supplies and services side. That was for the pilot program for the short-term rentals. And we were directed in a previous meeting to not roll that money forward, let it fall back to fund, and then to appropriately fund the short-term rental program as a program in this department. And so you will see that on a subsequent slide. And here it is on the bottom, the very last row, you'll see that short-term rental staff. That number does include a half of a full-time individual as an attorney 5 to be in-house doing work, as well as 3 investigators, 2 administrative analysts, and some ancillary costs. They are also asking for a position to support the housing element implementation, which Mr. DeMartini referred to earlier. And again, that $250,000 transfer that I mentioned. The city attorney exceeded its reduction targets within the 2-year plan. They did this by eliminating a paralegal position and also shifting a .75 full-time assistant attorney into an alternate position. They have used the excess savings to help fund other programs within their department. And again, the city attorney is requesting the addition of a .5 full-time assistant city attorney 5 at an approximate cost of $121,000, and that is the additional position that they are asking for. And we have more detail if you would like it. And with that, we will pause for clarifying questions.
Questions for this section. Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we get more information on, so we're eliminating, on slide 27, we're eliminating 2 positions? And you said we're eliminating a position, and can you explain where that money is going to go to?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez. It might be easier if I can use the overhead projector.
Sure.
Is that mic on, Madam Clerk?
Can you do just explaining it, or?
Yeah. I have a chart that breaks it all down, but the overhead projector is not working. But basically, we eliminated a .75 assistant attorney position and eliminated a paralegal 3 position. And the paralegal 3 position pretty much covered our budget reduction, and the .75 FTE for the assistant city attorney covered our, we created a assistant city attorney 5 position, and so that was eliminated to fund that. And anything over, we reallocated to other costs that we needed to increase, like rent and stuff like that.
Thank you. And my second question is for the short-term rental position. Maybe it might not be appropriate for right now, but so we approved this position, and I'm still trying to understand like the long-term goal that we have right now. And with speaking with community members, we had a meeting yesterday. They still brought up enforcement in homes that were not in healthy conditions. And I know we have enforcement in like planning, the community development. And the root of a lot of complaints in town, we have an old housing stock. And so I just want to better understand the long-term goal of this position. And I understand, like, for the first year and a half or 2, we're doing a lot of enforcement for the short term. How is this program going to help get this housing stock that we're enforcing back into the rental market? Like, does the team have like an end goal that we can, I'm just getting a lot of questions on this specific program.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. The enforcement program is intended to now be more of a permanent program. We anticipate that as we're going along, now that that workload will increase, and I have Mr. Alva here who can speak to that. As in our past presentation, you notice we've kind of hit the low-hanging fruit, and so now we anticipate a higher workload, which will impact Mr. Way's workload. So that's why we're requesting a part-time to supplement that. As we go forward with the enforcement and taking those illegal short-term rentals off the market, we're hoping that that opens up these units for their intended purpose, which is a longer-term rental for residents of our city.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll ask for an we're going to come for an update. So just for clarification, this program is in phases, and right now we're still working on the enforcement part and the follow-up, and once we have an update, the program duties will be modified.
I'll let Mr. Alva give you the
Good afternoon, Councilmember, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. As far as your question is saying, yes, we're focusing right now on the short-term rental aspect of these. If we do encounter a property that does have code violations, we work hand in hand with community development code enforcement departments to report those violations that we see and ensure that the violations are addressed prior to closing our case. So as we go through these houses, our investigators do house visits. We work with the property owners. We inform them of the violations we see, not only for the short-term rental aspect of it, but if we see any zoning violations or building violations, like I stated previously, we work with code enforcement to ensure those are being addressed.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have and I'll just, sorry if I didn't hear this, I'm making notes like crazy while you're talking too. The expense of the person to help with the short-term vacation rental, why is that an expense that will not be erased by revenue? Because you don't get to keep the revenue, or do you not get to keep that part of the revenue that was an expense first and then give the rest of the revenue away to me?
Councilmember Jordan, I'll take that one. And so, yes, it is true that part of the outcome of the short-term rental enforcement program is for some of the enforcement cases to pay back transient occupancy tax, which is due to the city. We budget the tax revenue in the general fund as a whole. And so when we go through these slides today, you will see that often the revenue amount coming in for these general fund departments is far less than the total amount of their expense. That means that the general fund taxes are supporting them. And so we don't put the TOT tax revenue into the city attorney's operating budget. It's captured at the overall general fund level.
Will you be made whole on this, though?
Well, right now, the enforcement program has been able to generate over $500,000 to date, and we have not spent that much money. So, in other words, the program is paying for itself and then some because it's generated more revenue. We don't necessarily know if that trend will continue, though. It really depends on the enforcement actions.
Fair enough. And then on the money you're transferring on that slide to the Housing Trust Fund, I assume I'm going to see this some other places in the budget too. I've heard some chatter that there's some legal concern on, this is just anecdotal, legal concern on money that's been put into the Housing Trust Fund cannot be legally spent on a project unless it is part of a matching HCD grant. And we do know that we've been informed that HCD grants won't be happening for a year or two. Is there any basis to that, or can we use that Housing Trust Fund for whatever project we want, regardless of HCD involvement?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I do not think that is true. There doesn't have to be a matching fund. We can use those funds in the local housing trust fund for purposes consistent with the ordinance.
With our local ordinance, there's
ordinance.
nothing restricting us to having to use HCD as a match.
Consistent with the HCD provisions, but we don't have to have matching funds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. The first question along those same lines, we set aside the right to counsel money, and where is that, and where does it get accounted for in the budget, and how is it accessed?
Councilmember Sneddon, thank you for that question. So there was a prior action by City Council as part of, I think, the fiscal year 23 surplus that had occurred that set aside money in reserve for the Right to Counsel program, is my understanding. There's actually an item scheduled to go to Finance Committee in the next couple of weeks for the Finance Committee to hear the staff's plan to how to spend that money. When that money becomes appropriated, it will likely get appropriated in a city department, so will likely be the city attorney's department budget. But because that program has not been fully sort of fleshed out, sort of planned out yet, it's still sitting in reserve, which was the original action that council took.
Okay, thank you. So we're not seeing it in the city attorney's budget yet?
Not at this time, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then this is another question that I think is better to get out of the way, so I'm trying to follow along on the budget tool. I'm not seeing that they match, so I need help so that I can follow along. So if you could maybe show us, or I'm in the city attorney's office budget, expenditures, and it says like 3954 and 3993, and I don't, I'm just trying to,
If you'll give me just a moment so that we can pull it up.
thank you.
Councilmember Sneddon, if we can work with you with this, if you can, maybe we pick one of the tables, maybe it's the summary table,
Yeah,
the revenue and
just the city attorney, I'm just trying to look budget by budget as we go. So I started with city attorney since that's what we're on. And this slide,
Okay.
compared to on the online budget tool, under reports, current year, city attorney's office, expenditures.
So on the city attorney summary, let's see, what's the name of it's the city attorney summary hyperlink. That's the report that we're on. Okay, if you click there, and if you scroll down on that page, you'll see the authorized positions and then the department financial summary. And as you keep scrolling down, you'll see a revenue detail table and an expenditure detail table. On the expenditure detail table, you'll see that the total expenditures in fiscal year 2025 recommended budget is the $5,421,447, which is the number on the bottom right on this slide.
Okay, I think I'm not where you are, and we can do it at a different time, but it's the budget tool, transparency tool, report, current year, city attorney's office. So I don't know what page that is, but we can do it another time.
Maybe at the break I can come up and, okay.
Councilmember Sneddon, may I please inquire, are you in the report tool or are you on the page? Okay, yeah, we can come up during the break and walk you through that.
Let me emphasize, I'm sure it's all accurate and transparent, but I didn't anticipate that I wouldn't be able to follow along, so thank you.
Councilmember Sneddon, I'm sorry, if I may, can I ask either myself or a staff person to come up and we can look at your screen? Can we do that, please? Thank you so much.
Yes, I can just bring my laptop to you, and maybe you could get me on the right page so I can follow along, and that would be great. Thank you. I don't mean to
Thank you.
stop anything here. And that was my only question.
Okay, very well. Waiting for that. Any other questions for this section on the city attorney's budget? And Mr. DiMartino, are you prepared to move on to community development while we're...
Yes, Mayor
sorting
Rouse,
that
I
out?
am prepared. Sorry for the delay. Up next, we will talk about community development. I'll take these slides. So moving on to the next slide, you'll see that the first table here is the community development revenue sources. And you can see that the vast majority of the community development's revenues come from, it's mostly the general fund, and this is really their fees for services. And you can see on the bottom table, it's their expenditures. It is important to note that the Community Development Department does have revenues that come in from other funding sources, which include some grants and some other funding sources. And you can see that they do have some expenditures in those sources as well, but also they do get a little bit of Measure C capital, which we will talk about on the upcoming slides. Let's first talk about the community development revenue sources. And you can see the vast majority of their revenues do come from the fees and the service charges that they charge. And so if an applicant comes to the counter and needs a building permit, they will pay a fee. And that line item is the total of all the fees that they charge for those services that they provide. You can see that they do get a couple of other additional smaller revenues as well. It is important to note that the department has increased their revenue assumption in fiscal year 2025 compared to the second year of the plan, just based on current activity that is going on in the department as of the time the budget was produced, as well as their projections going forward. It is important to note as well that, which is an annual process, the department does typically adjust their fees. And so it is important for their fees to be cost recoverable. And so when their costs do go up for their salaries and their position costs, their allocated costs and what it takes to review applications that come through their office. It is important that those fees are cost recovery. Most of them need to be cost recovery, and so they have done quite an extensive amount of work to make sure that they are adjusting their fees to reach a level of cost recovery that is ideal. This slide shows their expenditures, and you can see not too much variation across the multiple line items in their expenditure budget. There are 2 planner positions that are being proposed in community development that we spoke about earlier today for the housing element. And what is, I believe, really important for council to be aware of is that those positions are being proposed and offset by other expenditure savings that the department has been able to identify, primarily from prior year action to reduce salaried expenditures and some savings that they are projecting in some of their consultant contracts. They do have a couple of other significant increases with their insurance and retirement, but that's, again, a topic that crosses all departments. That's not just unique for community development. So moving on to this slide shows some of the major changes that is in their recommended budget. As I mentioned earlier, they were able to identify a little over $150,000 of expenditure savings from some of their professional service contracts. That savings is being used to help fund those 2 planner positions for the housing element, which you'll see there on the second line, the cost of those 2 project planner positions. This is another department where we have identified $100,000 of in lieu fees that we have collected that we are proposing to transfer into the local housing trust fund as well. So when you add up this $100,000 transfer plus the $250,000 transfer from the Peeney settlement in the city attorney's office, staff is proposing a total of $350,000 of a transfer into the local housing trust fund. That is included in the recommended budget. This slide right here summarizes the expenditure reductions for the Community Development Department. I've already talked about some of these items briefly from prior year actions. They were able to meet their expenditure reduction plan. I'll highlight a few of these items here. Items 1 through 3 are revised reduction items that they proposed in this year's budget cycle compared to the prior year cycle. It's also important to note that even with the elimination of the economic development manager and the basically addition of the ombudsperson position, there is still overall savings from the reduction and the increase of the position to the tune of about $110,000. And again, I mentioned the reduction of some of their other expenses as well. The next slide shows the 2 planner positions that I've already mentioned. And then also there's a small increase for a reclassification of a senior commission secretary position to an administrative assistant position. I mentioned their fee changes earlier. Community development, just like Parks and Recreation and a number of other departments, will annually review their fees to ensure cost recovery and adjusting them accordingly. And then every couple of years, these departments will do more of a robust, comprehensive fee study to really kind of re-baseline them to make sure that they are accurately assessed for the services that they provide to the community. This is a mid-cycle update, so they are just proposing a 5% for the most part, across the board, increase for most of their fees. And then we've itemized a number of fee changes here, some new fees being added, some other sorts of fee changes that are being proposed that we wanted to highlight to the full city council. That includes an administrative review level 3 for many of their applications, a pre-approved ADU program fee, adding a coastal development permit for parklets in the public right-of-way, and then a couple of others. On the next slide, we're also highlighting a couple of new fees for building and safety that are listed on this slide. And then again, there are a number of other minor changes included. And so again, these changes that are being proposed are on the master fee schedule that is on the city's website. It's in red line track changes, so it should hopefully be clear for the members of the public to see the proposed changes that are before council this budget cycle. And I'll wrap up community development with one project that is being proposed to receive funding from Measure C. And this is the State Street Promenade redesign project, which has been underway for a couple of years. And this funds staff in order to continue working on this project. And so that concludes the budget update from community development.
Do you know what that is? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. I'll start with the last item, the $500,000 to State Street and to staff. One, just clarify, that's not to the consultants. And then what is it that we're funding with the staff?
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. The $500,000 to Measure C is funding two FTEs in community development that work on the State Street Master Plan. So it's funding for the State Street Master Planner as well as the State Street Project Planner, and that's the entirety of that $500,000.
No concern. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then my next question is in regards to the two project planners that came out of the Long Range Development Oversight Committee discussions that we had. Could you speak to what will this mean in terms of moving forward our housing element, and then adaptive reuse in particular is one that's come up, and then the second part of it, part B, is the investment in the long-term health of the department. What does this mean looking 3, 4, 5 years down the line?
I'm going to have the city planner, Allison DeBus, take that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Friedman. I'll attempt to answer that question. Ms. DeBusk is here, but she's a little under the weather. In terms of, I'll start with the second question, the long-term health of the department. So these positions are extremely important. As you know, the city adopted a housing element late last year that is for the housing element cycle that ends in 2031. We will have a number of new policies and programs that need to be implemented over that 8-year cycle. And so the creation of these two new positions will help us tremendously in upholding our end of the bargain when it comes to meeting our deadlines with HCD regarding the policies included in that document. If you don't mind, if you could repeat the first question.
You kind of answered it there in terms of what this will mean in terms of not only long-term health, but housing element. But could you speak to adaptive reuse and where we are with that, since it seems to be the priority for the community?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. Adaptive reuse is moving forward. It is something we hope to bring back to this council before the end of this calendar year. We plan to engage on some of the central questions to that ordinance at the joint PC council meeting this summer. And then from there, we'll finish drafting an ordinance and bring it back to this group for adoption.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to ask the same question I asked during Finance Committee, and it was, what are our in lieu fees that we have now? And if they're is a possibility of raising those in lieu fees to put them in the Housing Trust Fund. I hope you guys did your homework. And then one request that I also have is that can we not use acronyms during, or if you're going to use them, explain what they are, just because we are in budget and there's people watching that are now engaging that haven't normally. So just to,
Sure. So I'll start with the second question and then hand it over to my colleague to answer the first part of your question, Councilmember Gutierrez. So we can raise in lieu fees, and we are, as you may remember, we brought forward a contract with BAE, Bay Area Economics, to review the cost of construction, the cost of providing affordable units in the city, to identify what the appropriate in lieu fee should be for the time being. We also have the ability to raise that fee on an annual basis. However, with costs going up the way they have in our community over the last 4 or 5 years, we thought it appropriate to do a rebaselining, as Mr. Keith DeMartini mentioned earlier with our fees, really looking at rebaselining that with a more robust study to understand what that number should actually be. And so that work is underway with our consultants now.
the reason behind my question is that we're in a housing crisis, and I want to make sure that those fees, I know that people are paying those fees to, for their projects, but I want to make sure that when they're paying long-term, when that project is up and ready, it balances out. That they're not just paying a fee to get out of the affordable housing, but that the fee will sustain like the value of that, development, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez. The in lieu fee is calculated on both rental and ownership. They're calculated differently for those two type of, developments. But as far as rental is concerned, it's currently set at $25 per square foot. So if you're asking if that is cost recovery for building a new unit, it is not, but that is why we're doing the study right now, is to see if they want, they can recommend us raising that rate.
Could you just explain to the public what are the in lieu fees? What is an in lieu fee?
Absolutely, yes. So an in lieu fee is because of the city's inclusionary requirement to build, in the case of rental, 10% affordable units in a development. If they have 2 to 9 units, basically, 4 to 9 units, they're eligible to pay an in lieu fee, which is considered a fee instead of developing those actual units in that project. So they pay the fee according to how much square footage they have in that development. And then that fee goes into our city's inclusionary fund. And that fund is regulated by our city ordinance on what it can be spent on, basically. And it's to develop or preserve or sustain affordable housing.
Thank you. And then my last question, could you explain, maybe this is for the Director of Community Development, the services and contracts that we're going to be cutting in order to have the building plan check for on the slide for reduction? It's slide 35. You guys are going to, you mentioned cut on outside contracting.
Yes.
Could you, and the reason I'm asking is I know staff is already overwhelmed. If we cut these services, is that work going to go now on staff that we have now?
Mayor Rouse, Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. So the reductions were made in the Building and Safety Division and for third-party plan check services.
Okay.
So in the event that we exhaust all budgeted contract services and we don't have a means to, or all budgeted contract funds and don't have a means to increase that budget, it could increase workload on staff. I know that Building and Safety has been doing an excellent job of improving their staffing levels in that area. So hopefully the improved staffing combined with the budget that we have available, will be adequate for the year. And I know in discussing with the director and the chief building official, we feel that we will be covered with the budget that we have in place.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Come on back up, Mr. Isaacson. So on the two staff, can one safely characterize that those aren't just resources being targeted to meet the ever-increasing state obligations under the housing element, but they're actually increased resources to grind better results locally on the ground out of that housing element, so that we'll see quicker processing, more lower income or targeted income units on the ground using our housing element rather than just look at the housing element up on a wall and crossing our finger that at the end of the year we've accomplished as much as we could have. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. I think it does. It allows us to more quickly implement the housing element, and such that the programs contained in that document that address the issues that you raised in your question, I think it does improve our ability to respond to those things on the ground in our community.
And then, I think historically we adopt the housing element, then we just get reports, and then we look at it at the end of the year and say, it was a success or not a success. What can we do different? What can we, sitting up here, do to support you so we just don't end up, if you can categorize every year of our housing element goal as a failure to reach anywhere near our goal, particularly in low and very low income, what can we do to better track, react, adjust, and accomplish better numbers than just throw another couple positions at you and then watch it not get there during the course of the year, then have the same conversation again in 12 months?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. That's a tough question because so much of the process by which housing gets developed in our community is outside the control of the city, of the community development department. And so it really requires a partnership of the city, our community, our residents, and our housing developers to actually deliver those units in our community. And I also want to make sure I don't leave out our nonprofit housing developers, our strong relationships with the Housing Authority and others that provide those types of units here in Santa Barbara. So the extent to which we can ensure that we're not back here in a year's time, as you said, with just looking at a report, I think, adding additional resources to the department through these two additional positions better positions us to be able to actually bring things forward and really sort of rise to the challenge that we have here in this community around affordable housing.
I don't want to run it into the ground, but, it's out of our control because other people bring the housing, but certainly within our control is getting that project in and out of Garden Street as quickly as possible. Does the budget process help us do that, or is it a policy decision we need to start thinking about on who we put in line where to ensure that the resources that we are giving you are resulting in success according to the housing element rather than just success that happens?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Councilmember Jordan. I think I understand your question. In a recent conversation with a local group, the idea of giving sort of priority review to 100% affordable projects came up. That is certainly something we could look at and likely implement if that's the desire of the council. Other questions come up around, can we create a fast lane, allowing applicants to pay higher fees to sort of go to the front of the line. My concern with that is it's certainly something we can explore. My concern with that, just sort of at first blush, is because time seems to be a more critical factor than money in many of these projects, I would fear that all applicants would just pay the extra fee to be in the fast lane, and our fast lane would quickly become our normal speed lane. So I don't know the effectiveness of that, but when talking about 100% affordable projects brought forward by folks like the Housing Authority or Habitat Humanity, prioritizing those for review both on our planning side and our permitting side, we certainly could do that, and that may help somewhat in bringing those projects out of the ground more quickly.
And last question, just you got tagged for adaptive reuse, and as you know, I'm still just concerned about a return on investment on that effort using your resources. Or have we actually made any type of effort to go out and survey the construction components of the existing commercial properties that we would be expecting to see a return for that type of ordinance, and not put ourselves in a position where we're spending ordinances to put this adaptive resource out there, and then from my layman's standpoint, we run into wall after wall over earthquake retrofits, sprinkler retrofits, building fire type of combustion retrofits that basically say you still have to bring the whole shell of the building down and rebuild, and the ordinance doesn't apply but in this many places out of 1,000 parcels. Are we looking at that before we get there?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. So as you know, the specific design characteristics, materials used, construction techniques do factor in heavily when we're talking about these conversion of buildings. To my knowledge, we have not surveyed every property in our CBD to understand just what would or would not go into converting an existing retail or commercial building into housing per se. But that being said, I think enough progress has been made on the adaptive reuse ordinance at this point that it still makes sense to bring that forward on the timeline it's currently scheduled for.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Isaacson. I sort of have a related question that's come up a couple times for me today, first in finance and then after in conversation, but specifically about ordinance drafting. And it's very clear how overworked you all are. I mean, just it's remarkable what you're able to do with clearly not enough resources. But the example that kept coming up today was the idea of a vacancy tax and how difficult that would be. We simply don't have the resources to even initiate that type of ordinance development and conversation. How have we thought about the implications of our inability to do that work when an ordinance like that could actually generate revenue? So have we thought about, well, it may be an outlay to add a bullet 3 on this slide 36, another, I don't even know what the position would be, maybe another project planner, not specific to housing element implementation, but general ordinance development, policy direction, because there are implications that would not just be a negative, could be a net positive for our budget to have that position. And so maybe it's a finance question as well, but how have we thought to balance those two things? Because not every expenditure is a negative. Some of them are neutral, and some, with time, could be positive, and I think that's especially true, Director Isaacson, in your department. So that's maybe a comment, but I'd love your feedback on sort of that observation.
Councilmember Harmon, I'll start first with the finance aspect of it. And so there are a handful of cities in California that have successfully gotten a vacancy tax approved by their voters. What I have learned about the experience of those municipalities that have done that, first and foremost, is that it is, when I presented at the Finance Committee today, we talked about that evaluative criteria. That's one of those taxes that is pretty administratively burdensome. So it requires staff resources to implement a tax like that. So it requires people to review documentation from the property, to maybe do a site visit. There's some code aspect to it. There's quite sort of a program that would need to be established around just the tax administration piece of it. It's also a tax that is not necessarily designed to generate revenue. That's not its primary function. It's more designed to either encourage or, in this case, discourage a type of behavior. And so with a vacancy tax, when the property becomes occupied, the tax goes away. So it's one of those taxes that might grow initially and then will actually fall off once that behavior, that desired behavior is achieved.
Mayor Rouse and Council Member Harmon, if I may too, just to a more broader point of, if we added that third planner to community development, it also affects other departments, including the city attorney's office. So keeping in mind, if you add a person there, we may need to add a person in the city attorney's office. So it has that kind of cause and effect.
And I would just add, thank you, City Attorney, Ms. Ostringer, for those comments. And I would add that, the way we are set up in community development, our long-range planning team does most of our policy development, so that's not only policy related to the housing element, it's other policy work as well. But we do use other staff in the planning division to work on things like drafting new ordinances, things around ADUs and other situations like that that need revision.
And do you think we're sufficiently staffed to be able to develop new ordinances?
I think that the ordinance development continues to be a bit of a choke point in the department, and I think part of it is that our ordinances are becoming increasingly complex. The regulatory framework that we're working within, with new policies or new legislation being sent down from the state and trying to incorporate that into our sort of local framework, makes that work more time-consuming, more complicated. So that is an area where, more bandwidth would be helpful, but I do think the positions that we've created, proposed in this budget, would address some of that.
Very helpful, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a discussion earlier about some of what you've already commented on about the idea of having an expedited process at a higher fee. And going off of what Councilmember Harmon just said with the vacancy tax, it kind of sounded like it was going to be costing us more than what it would have brought in if we pursued something like that. But if we did have an expedited process with an additional fee attached to it, couldn't we set that fee at a price that would pencil out for us?
Councilmember Gutierrez, if I may jump in, I apologize. It's really important that when staff assesses the level of the fee, that it meets a level of cost recovery. And so if a fee that is being assessed exceeds the level of cost recovery, we're then into the realm of a tax, which we cannot do. The voters have to approve taxes. And so we have to be really careful about the potential of like an expediting fee if it's more than recovering the cost of service.
Okay. So instead of a tax, can it be a fine when it comes to the vacancy part of it?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, no, it wouldn't necessarily be a fine. We would go forward as a vacancy tax. It's hard to make people rent their homes and then fine them, or not rent their homes, I should say.
Gotcha. Okay. So again, going back to the expedited idea of setting a fee amount for the expedited process, because I think the majority of us were at that economic forecast where one of the biggest points they pointed out was that developers said that they would really like a permitting process that was within 12 months. But you're saying that you're afraid that people would just overwhelm that by just paying it out front and staff wouldn't be able to keep up. But we couldn't set the price so that we'd have enough staff to appropriately address it.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, thank you for the question. I think I would refer you back to the comments made by our finance director a second ago about how we establish fees for service, and those fees are really driven by our costs, and so our fees are cost recovery, not, that's how they're determined.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I believe That's all the questions I had. Thanks.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think the first question I have is just about special projects in the budget, and the numbers kind of go, and I'm just curious what this is. It goes from actuals being 1.7, projections 4.1, but then it goes back down to approved budget of 1. So I'm just wondering what, and it's under grants. So that's the grants. The grant goes up and then goes down. The numbers aren't the same again. Sorry. Tell me about grants. Apparently the numbers go up but then go down. And on the housing and rehab loans, they were at 0 for actuals and then 2.4 million projected, but then goes down to 919. And I'm just wondering, those are big differences in numbers for grants and housing and rehab loans, if you could.
Okay, so Mayor Rouse, Council Member Sneddon, housing and rehab loans, since we don't have it on the screen, I believe we're talking about the home fund possibly? Or
I
okay,
don't know. It
yeah,
says grants and housing and rehab loans.
So
on
the reason, if actuals are reflecting 0, that would be because there has not been any, and you're talking about revenue, right?
It says housing and rehab loans, actuals 0.
Okay, so
Is
that
that-
would indicate that there has been no revenue received to date. So I guess staff goes through a process to draw those funds through the Housing and Urban Development. And apparently those funds were not drawn at mid-year when this report was produced.
But then the projections for 2024 are 2.2 million.
I believe the projection was set to the outstanding available budget. I don't think that we will actually recognize that full amount of revenue, but I would have to look at what actual expenditures are for the year.
Okay.
I would imagine that revenue will actually end the year at about 1.5 million or something like that, whatever the actual expenditures are. And then whatever the remaining balance is will be carried over to the next year because it's an ongoing existing grant. So at some point in time,
Okay.
the activity will occur, and the funds will be drawn because they're drawn down on a reimbursement basis.
And so for the grants, the actual said 1.7 for 23, the projections are 4.1 million, but then the approved budget is 1 million. So grants went up. I guess this is too much specificity, but it's, when I see a number like 0 on grants and rehab loans, or housing and rehab loans, I just wondered. And we can answer these questions later. Maybe I'll just note them as we go, but I have other.
Sure, so you wanted to talk about the grants line?
Yes, please, the grants and the housing and rehab loans lines.
So for the grants line, it's showing our FY23 actuals were 1.7 million. The projection for the current year is 4.1 million. The approved budget for next year is just over $1 million, just making sure we're at the same point here.
Yes, thank you. That's
So,
good.
as stated previously, the grants projection, I believe that is set to what the outstanding available budget is in those funds. So that would imply that the total amount of grants available is 4.16 million. And new grants that we anticipate for our awarding in next fiscal year are, they were decreased from 1.07 to 932,000 for a change in funding allocation. You know, some of those vary. The Housing and Urban Development brings forward an allocation to the city for home, CDBG. We have PLHA funds through the state, and those vary quite dramatically year to year. I mean, it's gone from, I think, 750,000 last year in the PLHA to 400,000. So we just do see variation in that. We just received the award from HUD for the FY25 year, and we saw a $100,000 decrease in funding in home. So there is variability in that.
If I may augment that, Mr. Hamilton, Councilmember Sneddon, and Honorable Mayor Rouse, Part of the artifact that you're seeing with the projections may be because of carryover. So if there is a multi-year grant involved where there was money that was pushed through for a longer project or a larger project, you may see some of these more variable numbers in that projection.
Thank you. And I guess the bigger one to me was the zero for housing and rehab loans. And I know that's a question we've had maybe every year, sort of where are those in lieu fees right now? What are they being used for right now? How much is in that fund right now? So when I saw the zero number, I guess I still have that question for the housing and rehab loans, or for, we've been collecting these in lieu fees, and so I guess that's my question, is sort of, instead of me trying to guess through looking at this, I could be more direct. Where are those fees and how are they being used?
Sure. And there just isn't the level of detail for me to answer some of those questions here. I could certainly answer them offline. In terms of the in lieu fees, I believe the balance is somewhere between $800,000 and $900,000 currently. There is a plan to send, I believe, $500,000 of that to the local housing trust fund. In terms of how they've been used, $50,000 was used for a Habitat for Humanity pilot project. And have we programmed additional in lieu fees besides the Habitat for Humanity? No. So that was the most recent programming of it, other than as a continued funding source to the local housing trust fund.
And if I could just correct it, 100,000 to the local housing trust fund.
Oh, okay. I thought that.
Yeah,
No.
thank you.
Okay, maybe, and I guess I could just ask the question now, but maybe we could get sort of a written accounting of that, because I know we ask this question every year. I know I've asked it, like where are those in lieu fees? What are they spent on? How do people access them?
Councilmember Sutton, I think most of them go to the local nonprofits for housing,
Okay.
capital A housing, affordable housing loans throughout the year.
Great, okay, and that's not this zero line?
Correct.
Okay.
No, and they're held in a special fund as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's, I'll just keep track of my detailed questions and maybe email them all instead of asking them as we go. So then my more general question, so we did our council priorities and workshop, and so many of those council priorities had to do with sort of community development initiatives. How do those factor into this budget before us, or do they, or is that in the next year those will come up? Or, we affordable housing was huge on our list, and these things that we keep mentioning again, like adaptive reuse and raising in lieu fees, which is underway, and nonprofits maybe moving to the front of the queue, or having an ombudsman see them through the process, something like that. So where do those sort of council workshop priorities show up in our budget?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. So you've highlighted a few things that we've already started or working on. The ombudsman is available to multifamily housing developers, whether they be for-profit or nonprofit, and so that service is already in place. But to your larger question, I think to the extent that the housing element addresses our ambitions around affordable housing, I think this budget this proposal with the additional positions does address the priorities as identified at the council workshop. Those that are sort of beyond the scope of the housing element, I think additional conversations needed in determining how we will address those through staffing or other resources within the department.
Great, that's a great answer that they've been incorporated in so far. And then my last question, I think this question about vacancy fee or tax, I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't sure if we were talking about vacant homes or vacant commercial. And so I just wanted to say could there be a community development fee for commercial businesses based on something like their windows aren't occupied, like not necessarily on vacancy of, renting it out, or if their buildings are not kept up, or something in the commercial zone, something like that, if we could.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Seddon. I know that this question of a commercial vacant property, I'll use tax just because it's the word that's being used right now.
I prefer community development fee.
A community development fee. I know that that was being looked at by the city administrator's office. I'm not sure the status of that work effort currently, but I'm sure we could come back with some more information on the status of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. Isaacson, I have another question. I'm just going to ask. My dream since I started council is to somehow make the permitting process, I'm not going to say faster because there's a process, I think easier for the applicant and staff. So I will be very honest, I will support adding more staff. Like, how can we make that process better? We heard it at the economic forecast that a group of developers met with council members and said they had one wish. And that one wish is that if they can get some sort of guarantee of when they would get their permitting process. And of course, there's changes along the ways and developers will change their plans. All that happens. But could you explain maybe to the public, okay, we're in a financial deficit. I totally understand that. But ideally, like, how would you staff more people? Like, just be honest with me. Like, what do you need to have, your ideal department?
So, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I appreciate the question. So, as you know, staff has been diligent in tackling the Novak report and the recommendations contained within it. We have done many of the things that we can, sort of the low-hanging fruit, if you will, and that's around our processes in terms of making sure we are organized the right way, that the sort of order of operations, our workflows are as good as they can be. And I think we've done a good job in bringing our technology forward such that it's supporting us working the way we want to work. But now we are sort of confronted with the much more challenging and much more complex process improvements, right? And this means, as Councilmember Harmon brought up earlier, revisions to ordinances such that, we are either removing steps as identified by ordinance or integrating, our interdepartmental coordination better. And doing that work does take people, right? That work is very time consuming, very resource intensive, and it touches many areas of our city. And as City Attorney mentioned earlier, much of the work we do around ordinance, drafting, revisions needs attorney involvement as well. And so, would more staffing help us with our processes? Yes. But we are also, in lieu of additional staff, we are taking very seriously getting our internal processes in order as best we can to cut down on review times and approval times.
Sorry. You're going to be eliminating an hourly position, support in the counter service and zoning plan check program. In my experience working in public service, those hourly support staff are crucial to the full-time staff. Could you explain a little bit more in detail what this hourly staff member would do if they would also support the full-time staff?
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, thank you for the question. So the reason we feel it's appropriate to reduce the hourly support in that section is because we were, through last year's budget process, able to keep a full-time counter staff employee. And so with the additional resource at the counter of the full-time employee, we felt like we no longer needed the hourly support there as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And my last question, with the ADU program, there is a community flyer going out for pre-approved model designs. Is there any way that the city can provide over-the-counter pre-approved models like other cities in California have, and where the customer will come and buy them over the counter, and those fees and that money stays in the city instead of sending them to a particular, planner in town that, the city has said, oh, they have pre-approved plans. I would like for the city to have those, plans in-house, and those fees can stay in your department. Is that something that it's realistic for us to do?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez. So yes, so the pre-approved ADU program that we launched just within the past couple weeks is really asking our local design community to go through the pre-approval process such that they can offer their prospective clients plans for ADUs that have been pre-approved by the city. The next step of that project is to have the city develop its own pre-approved ADU plan that it can offer residents for free so that they can do ADU projects of their own. Getting from where we are now to having a off-the-shelf, ready, pre-approved ADU plan for residents will take some additional financial resources to contract with a design professional to develop those plans and get them ready to be shared with the community.
Thank you, that's it.
All right, very quick, just real quick question for Mr. Isaacson, going back to Mr. Freeman's first question. The $1 million that's booked in the State Street Promenade Design staff, is that the first time we've done that with Measure C? Is that because there's been dedicated staff previous to this budget?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. It's my understanding that that is how those members of staff have been funded.
Up until now?
For the entire time, correct.
All right. All right, very good. If there's no further questions, we will move on to finance.
Mayor Rouse, if I may, before finance, I wanted to confirm the different funds to one of Councilmember Sten's question earlier. At next Tuesday City Council meeting, we'll be talking about the enterprise funds and all of the other funds where we budget. There are 5 funds underneath Community Development's organization that we will present at that meeting, and those funds include City Affordable Housing, Community Development Block Grants, the Federal Home Loan Program, the Local Housing Trust Fund, and the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PLHA. And so I wanted to just let council know that those 5 funds will be presented then, because it's not general fund dollars, they're other funds.
Thank you so much for that update. And then if it's in the projections of special projects, that $3 million question could be answered just before then, that would be excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will be presenting on behalf of the Finance Department. Here is the overview for revenue and expenditures. You can see that the Finance Department has a general fund revenue of approximately $675,000 and expenditures of around $8.1 million. There are 2 major highlights for the finance revenue. The first one is the utility billing late fee decreasing compared to what was in last year's 2-year budget, and and it's in line with the FY24 projections. This is due to the slow ramping up of late fees post-COVID, and staff anticipates that most accounts that are currently not in good standing will come into good standing through their additional outreach and payment plans. And so there will be fewer accounts subject to late fees going forward. The second is the credit card rebate revenue. This credit card rebate is increasing because of shifting many of our purchases to credit cards. Therefore, the rate is increasing. Not a lot of significant increases on the expenditure side. The major highlight to note is that there are increases to supplies and services, which is primarily due to inflationary cost increases for professional services, including auditors, the budget tool, banking fees, and a few more. And as mentioned previously, here are the changes. So you can see that $200 decrease in the revenue for the utility billing late fee. And you can also see the increase to supply and services primarily due to contractual obligations. Here are the reductions brought forth in the 2-year plan. To meet the reductions, finance anticipated an attrition of one or more positions in the department. However, these did not materialize, so finance has fallen short of the target, and currently we are fully staffed. Moving along to fee changes. Finance is proposing a fee to credit card purchases. Our main processor currently charges a 2.99% fee, while other processors charge slightly higher amounts, which is why we're requesting a fee of up to 4%. Currently, citywide processing fees are $1.3 million annually, and this will allow us to recover a portion of that. This fee will help the city ensure that the city's fees for services are accurately represent the true cost incurred by the city in delivering its services. In instances where we implement this fee, the city would also provide an option to pay via ACH for no fee. And there was prior direction from council received during the FY23 budget deliberation related to this fee as well. And with that, any questions?
Councilmember Gutierrez.
I asked this question during finance. The credit card fee. Why do we have a credit card fee now? Could you explain to the public, please, Mr. DiMartini?
I can take it. Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember Gutierrez. So we have had credit card fees ever since we started accepting credit cards as a form of payment. And so the city has, since credit card fees have been accepted as a form of payment, the city has paid for the credit card processing fee. Now, there are credit card transactions where the credit card processing fee is paid by the customer, and that is currently through the Acela automation system, which is the community development system for people that might file for their permit online. So that is an example where the processing fee is passed on to the customer. And so it's become an industry standard now that if someone chooses to pay for their service or their product or whatever it might be, that they are in turn paying the credit card processing fee. And so this proposal is to do just that. Now, again, it's a choice. If a user would like to pay with a credit card, they can do so. If they would like to pay with an ACH or bank transaction, they can do so, and those typically do not have a fee. They can also write a check for many of the services as well.
Thank you for that.
So just to follow up on that, that was a question I had too. So is what you're talking about on this page, other than community development, just for your department? This is not citywide yet, or are we close to going citywide? Because Parks and Rec, I think, will take a credit card online. Junior guards, I remember that. So where are we kind of with that? Are other departments still seeing a expense for that choice of payment?
Councilmember Jordan, thank you for that question. So this estimate here of $1.3 million, this is a citywide number.
Yep.
Citywide across all departments that accept credit card as a form of payment. And so this would be a citywide impact. If and when it's implemented, I don't think that we would achieve sort of $1.3 million savings, because I don't think that that credit card processing fee will apply for every transaction. For example, the hourly rate at a downtown parking garage, for example, I don't think it would be a good idea to pass that fee on that rate, right? Because it's such a set dollar amount. There may be other instances where that would also apply, but the way that this is being presented to council is that it gives the ability to assess the credit card processing fee on all transactions if we move forward and choose to do so. It gives us the ability to do so.
And you're the ones that are in particular that are your, say, WaterSmart customer, every month, credit card, you're ready to go with the infrastructure on that and
Councilmember Jordan, again, we believe staff would recommend that the first set of transactions we would go after would be the utility billing. It would make the most sense for those types of transactions. We do have robust software that would allow us to do so. We just recently entered into a more updated agreement with our credit card processing company. So we are working toward it now to be able to implement it come the beginning of fiscal year 2025. There's still work to do, but we're working towards that goal. And again, there would be a great deal of communication to our utility bill payers when the time comes to do so.
okay. I was thinking a comment that 1.3 million is a huge burden. And every bill I pay online, whether it's a credit card or a property bill or whatever, it's an industry standard these days. And if you want to, I don't think we can afford to eat it anymore. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just wanted to take this opportunity. So my initial questions aside about where we are on the page, whatever, I do want to say this transparency tool is phenomenal. And even that is almost too much information to be able to look at that specificity. But I just wanted to ask the open-ended question of how's it going? Like with from last year to this year, and just with the tool itself, is it added work? Is it work that's worthwhile? In terms of the budget in your department, you're doing so much with a small department. Just sort of open-ended question about how this is going.
Councilmember Sneddon, I really appreciate that question. Overall, I think we're moving in the right direction. I think this is our second full year of implementation of this really robust software application. And it has taken so many of our manual processes and manual one-off spreadsheets and put it all into one consolidated application that our office uses, that the city administrator's office uses to review budget proposals, and that department staff use as well to make their proposals. And so there's one consolidated application, and then that immediately can get displayed and posted on our website so that it can be consumed by the public. And so we have increased our transparency, and albeit it could be challenging to go from the budget book to the transparency tool to understand, but I'm really proud of the fact that we have given and provided so much information publicly, and so it's a government best practice, and we'll continue to build upon that and move in the right direction. And so I do think we are making a great deal of progress. We have a lot to do, though. We want to use the tool for our capital improvement planning processes. The tool doesn't have the functionality to support that at the moment, but we want to do that. We're also implementing the tool for more robust reporting for our Measure C annual transparency report. And so we're working towards that. And so we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. I agree. And thank you for your patience, your continued patience in explaining it all so well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If that's it for questions. For finance, before we move on to fire, I've been informed that we need to take our break. So we appreciate your patience out there. We'll reconvene at 4:30. reconvene. I've been asked to remind us all on the dais here that we're doing finance today and not to get into the weeds and departmental things, procedures and that kind of stuff. So staying with just the numbers. And with that, we'll move on to fire.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Honorable Council, City staff, and members of the public. I will be presenting on behalf of our Fire Department and going over our Fire Department's General Fund and Measure C Capital. On this revenue side of this general fund overview, you will see a reduction in the FY25 recommended budget, which is due to a change in airport rescue and firefighting management of expenses, as airport will pay directly for certain supplies, services, and to increase transparency in accounting. For the expenditure details, you will see an increase, which is mostly due to salaries and benefits related to necessary overtime related to station coverage on account of department vacancies, and we will be going over this in more detail in a later slide. Our fire revenues general fund includes taxes, intergovernmental, fees and service charges, and other revenues. And it should be noted that intergovernmental is not a true revenue account. Funds are reimbursed from Cal OES for cost incurred in the fire department's general fund while responding outside the operational area. Reimbursements for mutual aid responses are deposited into this account. For our fire expenditures, as mentioned in an earlier slide, for fire department expenditures, you will see an increase in staffing costs related to 6 vacancies, which increase the need for overtime related to station coverage. You will also see an increase in special projects. This will fund a 10-week full-length recruit academy. This recruitment will begin in spring of 2024 with a goal of filling all current vacancies and overhiring by 3 firefighters. The extra firefighters will fill in for firefighters using leave, reducing the amount of overtime required by the department until permanent full-time employee firefighters positions become available. In our fire changes, you will see an increase in overtime to meet minimum staffing. The increase in supplies and services due to communication services and MOU negotiated items include uniforms, tuition reimbursement, comprehensive physical, including early cancer detection, which is critical to firefighters' health. And it should be mentioned that this was very well received and popular with our fire staff. We also will be reducing communication services for computer-aided dispatch, which is now transferring to regional dispatch, aside from Cradle Points, which is Verizon contracts, roughly $35,000, and that's why you see that a $61,000 variance. It was originally believed to be $96,000, and it was reduced to $35,000. For our fire reductions, fire was unfortunately unable to meet the reduction targets during the 2-year process, as their proposed reductions proved to be unattainable without a reduction in services that would diminish response capabilities and weaken community protection. They have proposed additional reductions in the total amount of $479,934 for the upcoming fiscal year, including a one-time return of the MDC reserve balance of $196,000 and a fire inspector 2-3 position, which is being held while a fee study is completed. It should be noted this position is not being recommended for permanent removal. For the fee changes, the department has invested in a comprehensive fee study that is not available quite yet. However, the fee schedule was last updated in 2020, and since that time, California's CPI has significantly increased by more than 5%, 7.3% actually in 22 alone. Additionally, the firefighters have received MOU increases of 1.5% in 2022 and 3% in 2023, plus a citywide pay increase of 2.7% on February of 2023. All fees charged by preservation are for cost recovery of time worked, and therefore they feel it is necessary to increase the fees by 5% across the board while the fee study is finalized. Regarding the fire capital, they are moving emergency response equipment replacement, moving the response equipment replacement from general fund to Measure C has alleviated pressure on the general fund, and we hope to move the regional dispatch expenditure from Measure C to general fund, as this is an ongoing operational expense. And with that, if there are any questions, fire staff is available.
Question for fire, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Two questions. They're sort of along the same vein, but one is about the reductions in the warehouse specialist, and I think I have questions about the impact of that position, losing that position or not funding it. And then the other question, I'll just go ahead and ask it now, and you can fold these together if you want to. But I have found it very impactful, the presentations at our community outreach meetings, and sort of the overview picture of how budgetary changes impact fire in particular and public safety, and just an invitation, if you could give us that sort of overarching picture. It's been stated so well in these community meetings, and I think it'd be a good opportunity here to repeat it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Snedden, via the mayor. Chris Males, your fire chief. To answer the first question, last year at the beginning of FY24, the warehouse position was recommended for elimination. The reason for that obviously is about almost 86 to 90% of our overall budget is salaries and benefits. And so it's very difficult to find positions that we can eliminate. To go back just a little bit, we have a constant staffing model, which means we have 29 people on duty per day. Most of our folks, we have 105 full-time positions. Of those, 94 of those positions work forward-facing in the community, either firefighters or inspectors. We have very few positions that actually support the fire department. We do it magnificently well with 11 people. So that was one of the positions in FY24 that we looked at that we thought we could eliminate, was the warehouse position. What that's done is that's required our fire crews, battalion chiefs, fire prevention people to deliver some supplies. However, with the different way that we've done some ordering, including Amazon, we're able to get stuff shipped directly to stations, which is nice, which allows up free time. So we really wouldn't need a warehouse specialist to be delivering supplies or logistics, but it is somewhat problematic. I mean, to not have a support person that can service stations. I'm a firm believer that our fire apparatus should stay in their districts, and so it's a little bit unnerving for me to have our fire engines going down and picking up supplies at different locations. So we've really worked to alleviate that. On to your second point, and I believe I spoke about this at the community meetings, fire equipment has become incredibly expensive. We have seen an over 100% increase in the last 11, 12 years in fire equipment, apparatus to be exact. We ordered about 18 months ago, we ordered a fire engine that came in at about $760,000 for that engine. If we were to order that engine today, it's approaching 1.1 million, a tremendous increase in cost. We were very fortunate, thanks to finance. We ordered a ladder truck a number of months ago. It was $1.674 million. That same ladder truck today would be $2.3 million. Good call. It's difficult. It's really tough. Now, people say, why are they so expensive? We don't order fire trucks like we go down to a car dealership and buy them off the lot. They really do have to be custom for the organization, especially our city that has hills and tight roads and tight turns, radius, stuff like that. So we don't go extravagant. We buy, the costs have just gone up tremendously. So as all goods and services have gone up.
Thank you. And then a little bit maybe as a follow-up, but I mean, do you feel like you're getting to the limit of cuts that you can make and still deliver safety services the way they have been?
So what we would call our discretionary budget within our budget is about 3%. When we really look at salaries, benefits, intercity service fees, allocated costs, et cetera, we're down at just a few $1 million. And that's tough because we are really down to supplies and services. We've looked at grants over a number of years, We're very thankful for the work that finance has done with us, allowing us to move our capital equipment to Measure C. We largely did not have any kind of an adequate equipment replacement fund, and now we do. I think that was excellent collaboration and work on all of our part. We have literally come up with a spreadsheet for every piece of fire hose, ladders, EMS bags, jaws of life, and come up with a replacement plan that I think is really going to do a great job of sustaining us. This is a really tough city to cover with fire protection. I mentioned that in the community meetings. Someone from the outside looking, going, hey, you have 21 square miles and 8 fire stations, that sounds like a luxury. It's not. Because of our geography, our topography, all of the different responsibilities we have. Again, I mentioned it, from ocean rescue to the harbor to the wildland urban interface to a railroad and freeways. This is a very, very complex city to cover. So it's really important that we keep these stations staffed and with an adequate amount of personnel. I think people would be really surprised at what's going through our community, both on the freeway and on railroads. It's pretty shocking what's coming through our community, and just that risk alone is why we have to have a hazardous materials team on and available.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Hi, Chief. I haven't checked in lately, but just wanted to make sure that hidden somewhere in here, we're still on track. And would it be this fiscal year where we'd accomplish the setup process and then talk to the community about a wildfire hazard assessment district that would essentially touch half of the city's districts? It would get a little bit of Mr. Gutierrez's, a little bit of Eric's, and substantial amount of mine. But is that still buried in here, or do I need to look for help?
Councilmember Jordan via Mayor Rouse. So the question you're asking is a wildland fire suppression assessment district, which already exists up in the Riviera area. Could we expand that to other areas? The answer is yes. We have the funding to be able to look into that. It's going to be tough. It is going to take a lot of work. We're going to have to use an outside consultant to look at the numbers, and there's not a lot of work on our part, but we will have to have a consultant look at it. But you're absolutely right. The coastal high fire hazard area is something that we do need to look at. Unfortunately, this city, there's a lot of areas that do have wildfire that can impact it. So it is still in the cards.
And then once you get past that part of getting to a consensus with neighborhoods and agreement, is there a cost at that point, or is that couple $100, $300 a year annual assessment, is that full cost recovery?
So thank you for the question. The benefit assessment district that currently exists is full cost recovery. It assesses a parcel tax in the high fire hazard area and the very high fire hazard area, 2 different tax levels. They're fairly minimal, in the $120 a year. It does fully take care and pay for the wildland benefit assessment district. It pays for an FTE, and it pays for the chipping services and the cleanup and all of that. It's a standalone project for the city, and if we were to implement it in any other area, it would also be a standalone project and a project code.
And then how big of a problem then exists with, like in the same areas we're talking about, for our ability to take care of that maintenance on city property? So coming down Las Positas, there's city property. Honda Valley, there's city property. Those type of areas where, they're certainly, they're parks and rec land, which just means they're in the same situation everybody else is. But because I know there's a distinction there. We can't use that process to go pay for public land. It's only private land on that self-assessment. But what opportunities are there to look for more resources there, and what do they cost? So.
Councilmember Jordan, thank you for the question.
And I didn't mention the Douglas Femme Preserve, too.
Yeah, so obviously I don't have the numbers off the top of my head right here. However, what I can tell you is that in collaboration with Parks and Rec, We have been extremely successful, and I'm incredibly proud of the fact that working together, we have hired a fuels management crew that is working in all of the parks. We received a $500,000+ coastal conservancy grant that initially hired our fuels management personnel. And then we also received a $2.6 million grant from CAL FIRE that will extend that for 5 years. So we will have a fuels crew that can be working in the parks area. So you mentioned Honda, Stevens Park, Parma Park. They've been working in all those areas. But you bring up a really good point. We do have city-owned property that's not in parks. And so that would be an area that if we were to able to initiate a benefit assessment district, that we could bring contract crews in and clean up city-owned land and non-park areas. So we can't touch outside the park areas with the Coastal Conservancy and the CAL FIRE grant.
Okay, thanks.
All right, very good. Further questions for fire? Mr. DiMartini, a quick question for you. When we do mutual aid, how and when is that booked, or is that just when it comes up and it gets booked separately for the fire budget, or?
So,
Chief?
Mayor Rouse, we are literally trying to forecast what's going to happen next year when we allocate money into our budget. What has happened in the past is that finance has put $1 million into our budget, earmarked for mutual aid, and then we pay our employees as they come back from mutual aid, we pay out of that fund. We have had years where we didn't make $1 million, and we had a couple of years ago, it was $2.6 million that we had in mutual aid reimbursement. So what happens is it gets preloaded into our budget, and then we pay out of that, and then as the revenue returns, it goes back into the general fund.
All right, very good. Works for me. Thanks very much. Okay, we'll move on to human resources.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will be discussing the Human Resources budget. As you can see, the Human Resource Department has a revenue of $20,000 for this recommended budget, in line with last year's two-year approved budget. And their expenses are $2.8 million, up from $2.4 million from the two-year. The major highlight for revenue is that Human Resources continues to provide live scan services to new employees and to the general public, and this they are proposing that this will continue through 2025. On the expenditure side, there are increases due to additional legal services for which support is needed for ongoing negotiations with the various labor groups. And as mentioned previously, here are the changes. So here is the legal services increasing from $20,000 to $100,000 to see a change of $80,000. They're also requesting an hourly employee to help with clerical and administrative support for $20,000. HR has met the reductions as part of the two-year process, but as mentioned previously, there are additional costs that they are requesting this year, the legal services and the hourly support staff. Again, here's the position that they're requesting, and it's the hourly position for around $20,000. And this is, it's needed for the ongoing classification and comp study because that has increased the need for clerical and administrative support. And with that, any questions?
Questions for HR? Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Levy, could you explain the benefits of having the live scan services in-house?
Absolutely. Mayor Rose?
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Live scan services serve a purpose in the community for jobs, be it at the school district or here. We do it both in-house and for the general public. We don't do a lot of business, but it is a service that we offer. So when people need a place to go to get live scan, they know they can come to the city for that service.
And then my second question, so the hourly support staff that you are proposing to hire is to help for that comp study?
Correct. Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. That support staff will actually do some coordination, uploading, creating of documents that will help us as we navigate through the class and comp study. There's a lot of clerical and administrative work that has to be done behind the scenes. And so this person will help facilitate that process.
And then for my, well, would you say that your department's fully staffed? That the turnaround of when somebody applies online is, what's the time frame when somebody gets a response? We got your application and gets a phone call.
We are pretty quick, and we really do hang our hat on being responsive for all of our recruitments. Essentially, when the recruitment process starts, we will immediately send an informational email to that applicant that, yes, we got your application, and then we do follow-up notifications as well as the recruitment progresses. So people are notified at every stage of where they're at in the process, when the process is completed, and then onto the hiring process as well.
And the reason I'm asking is because we do have vacant positions throughout the city, and that email that comes right after you submit an application, that's automatic, and I was just want to make sure that HR, because you guys are being very conservative in your budget, which I appreciate, is that you guys are fully staffed and you don't need that extra help, because it is a priority to make sure that staff is not being overworked for me. But thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think you said it, but on slide 62, there's for the legal services, the 80,000 variance. And so first, if you could repeat what that was, and if that's going to be an ongoing variance, or is this a one-time fee?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. The legal services are particularly important right now. There's, of course, attorney's office, their workload is really at a really high volume. This will actually help us not only through MOUs, but we have a lot of legal opinions as well as MOU auditing that we need to do that we are really behind on. And so the extra legal support will help us get to a place where we can, at least be updated and modern.
Thank you. So it's not anticipated to be ongoing, or is it sort of like to, or maybe?
It's hard to answer that question at this point. I'd like to see where the year brings us. And I don't know that we will need that much next year, but maybe half.
Okay. And then other question is with Vision 2030, and there's so much staff engagement and workshops and very much to the benefit of the organization, is there a cost associated with that, or is it sort of absorbed into benefit for the whole organization, or just if you could comment on that?
Sure, absolutely. So staff time is a cost, but a lot of times because these are staff-driven, the majority of the cost does go into staff time. So it really, we're not putting extra resources except for the resources that they come with in their hourly rates.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, further questions for Human Resources? Thank you very much. We will move on to the library.
Thank you. I'll be talking about the library. So as you can see, the library general fund revenue is right about $1 million. A little bit of a decrease since the two-year budget. The expenditure detail, shows that there is an increase to the general fund from the two-year as well. Overall, the library revenue is decreasing compared to the two-year budget. And some of the major highlights are listed below. So the first is there is an increase to internal charges, and this is related to revenue received from the county for administration of the Montecito Branch Library. And just as a note, this fee may change once the county's budget deliberations are concluded. The second item is there is an increase in fines and forfeitures. These are fees collected for any unreturned, lost, damaged items, interlibrary loans, research requests. Also, any extended use fees for Chromebooks, hotspots, and B-cycle fobs. The library is seeing significant increases in usage with the extended open hours. An example, the circulation transactions for the months of July through March in 2024 were about 794,000, while in 2023, it was 619,000 in that same time frame. And this only expects to increase further with the completion of the plaza. Moving on to expenditures. The major highlight here is that all funds for library materials, those non-capital equipment, have been shifted to pay for physical adult fiction and nonfiction books, magazines, and serials, DVDs, Blu-rays, and materials for the Library of Things. This was a strategic recommendation for 2025 that would allow the library to maximize the effectiveness of its limited library materials budget and leverage temporary ARPA funds for digital materials and donations for youth materials. Some changes to note, there was a network analyst in the library that is now being reassigned to the city's IT department for $177,000. And there is an increase for their physical collections of $188,000. Moving on to the library fees, there are several fees proposed here. The first one being the 6 additional price tiers for the proposed fee schedule, and this could be for the replacement of unreturned or lost Library of Things materials, and replacement costs to be charged more accurately as collections continues to expand. The audio-visual equipment usage fee was a flat $150 fee, as opposed to the $100 an hour rate fee in the 2024 fee schedule. And this was as a response to anecdotal evidence from the public. The last fee is proposing a 25% reduction to the hourly room rental rate to the Martin Luther King Jr. Wing at the East Side Library to make this space more accessible to the East Side community. Library positions, as mentioned before, the network analyst is being reassigned to the city's IT department, and you will see that reflected in IT's budget, which we will talk about next week. For the reductions, the library has met their 2-year recommended budget proposal and for the 2-year budget process. Council subsequently directed funding to extend hours at the 2 library branches. And then this year, library is also proposing an additional reduction of around $59,000 to reduce the print and digital collections budget to help offset these increasing expenditures. Moving on to capital, as you can see, there are several projects in the 2025 budget for Measure C. Those include the Library Technology Replacement Project and the Central Library Lobby Update for $200,000, and the Central Library Roof Terrace renovation for an additional, for $200,000. And with that, I'll pass it off for questions.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. If you could pull slide 73. Just a question on the reduction to the digital budget. So it was reduced 87,000 and then an additional 154, and then we're proposing an additional 59.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Freeman, correct. The library, basically, we adhered to our 2-year budget plan. We're doing exactly what we said we would do. We had some reductions in revenues, and so we had some additional expenditure targets to make, and so we're making some small adjustments to our collections as a result.
So at the finance committee, when we went over this, there's for another time, but there's a lot of challenges with the digital collections and how they're accessed and outside of our area paying for them. So how are we looking at how to address this this imbalance of non-city Santa Barbara users using ours and impacting our digital collections?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Freeman, I mean, this is a discussion that probably needs to be taking place at a state and federal level to really address the inaccuracies with it. An element of it would just not be regionally supporting each other, but how the industry operates in terms of digital collections. And that's really at the crux of what needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. And the only reason I raise it is because those which are outside our control are impacting our digital ability to our digital collection, and by funding that, we might be funding those outside the area. So that's a larger discussion, like we said earlier. So thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I continue, I think, just to have this question about the digital collection versus the print collection, and over time with the digital collection sort of not being kept as robust, or the print collection, and sort of where other funds might be coming from. I know the Friends of the Library, or there's Maximus Trust, or I don't know exactly where, but
Yeah.
how does that all appear in the budget?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Snyder, so digital is, we strategically kind of moved where we actually budget, like where the budget dollars are, to like our more physical adult stuff, because ARPA money, grant funding, things like that is just more accessible to be used for digital youth type stuff. So that's just kind of strategically how we're addressing it. It's just easier to pivot with digital collections.
Thank you. So is digital mainly for youth, or it's for adult literature also?
Both,
It's all
but
types.
those categories are just a little bit easier to be flexible with.
So, and this is sort of an interim strategy, or is this the long-term, how we'll address?
Correct. It's very interim. I mean, we still have some ARPA funds we can utilize, depending on how things are spent throughout the year. It's just an easier way to do it in the immediate. But how we address collections in general moving forward is a much more broad, long-term discussion, and it would be a city funding type conversation.
I won't dive into that here. So then, where do those ARPA funds show up in the library budget, or are they?
So they're currently in our budget.
They're currently in there.
in our
Okay.
budget.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. DiMartini, for the finance for the library, or sorry, maybe the director can also answer. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to dismiss. There's a lot of construction going on in the library. When would the construction end, and after these capital projects are done, can we assume that the library will be in a better shape financially?
I can say that the library will be in a better shape in terms of usage and how we utilize our library and the spaces in it. Financially speaking, that's a difficult question to answer, but I can tell you that the utilization will be there, and we're very excited to open it up. Hopefully in late summer, we'll start getting some spaces back to us. But in the meantime, yeah, we're a little pinched with space and abilities.
Thank you.
All right, very good. No further questions of the library. Thank you. Move on to mayor and council.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Honorable Council. I will now be going over mayor and council. This fund includes mayor and council's office and arts and economic vitality. The mayor and council program consists primarily of salary and benefit expenses with some minor discretionary budget funds for supplies, meetings, and travel. Therefore, funds are limited and spending is close to budget. For revenue details, the FY25 recommended budget is stable at $107,000. And for the expenditure details, you will see an increase related to salaries and benefits. That increase is $107,465. For council revenue, the other programs within the mayor and council budget is the Arts and Vitality Program. This program includes annual funding for arts and events organizations, such as Visit Santa Barbara and other economic vitality efforts. For our expenditures, salaries for the mayor and council are budgeted prior to April, when the Santa Barbara County area median income is announced. Per city charter, this determines mayor and council salary adjustments. There can be variances in the salary lines because of the timing. In FY 2024 expenses, they are projected to fall in line with the budget. The fiscal year 2025 base budget includes an additional $350,000 for election costs, and this is typical to budget for this expense every other year as a citywide expense. For reductions, mayor and council did make reductions based on the 2-year financial plan. This 5% reduction was made to all funding across the board in fiscal year 2024. Some of the programs that council approved reductions to for FY24 are Visit Santa Barbara, Old Spanish Days, Juneteenth Celebration, Summer Solstice, Film Festival, and Community Arts and Events. Because it was decided to make all cuts to funding in fiscal year 2024, no changes are being proposed in fiscal year 2025. And with that, any questions?
Okay, questions for this section? Such an exciting department. Okay, very good. We'll move on to Parks and Recreation, please.
Okay, I have the pleasure of presenting an overview of Parks and Recreation for fiscal year 2025. And so we'll start with the summary tables that are shown in the OpenGov platform. And this slide shows the funding by fund for Parks and Recreation, and also the expenditure by fund. So today we will be focusing on the general fund, which are the items noted in the red box. The item under enterprise fund is the golf fund, and so we will be talking about the golf fund next Tuesday. And so as you can see at a high level, the revenues are projected to be a little bit lower than the second year of the financial plan, from $8.2 million down to $7.9 million. And their projected expenditures in the general fund are actually growing from a little over $23.8 million to $25.5. So let's dive in and talk about the major changes. This table itemizes the major components of the Parks and Recreation Department revenue in the general fund. And as you can see, a majority of the revenue does come from fees and services. So these are fees that a recreation participant might pay for participating in their services. You can see that we're actually projecting a decline compared to the second year of the plan. And this is mostly due to some of the adjustments and some of the specific programs, but also weather really impacts the ability for participation rates to be as high as we would optimally like them to be, unfortunately. And so that does have a negative impact on our revenue in the Parks and Rec Department. Moving on to expenditures. This slide shows the detail for the expenditures in the department. This department is impacted by all the different topics that we've talked about today, with salary increases for our labor negotiation MOUs, health benefits, pension costs. What is important to note here is that there is a little bit of an increase of part-time salary funded through additional revenue. And so for a lot of our programs, when there is an increase of our salary costs, it is offset largely by increase of revenues from the fees for the services that are being provided to the community. The Parks and Recreation Department in particular, the increases in their allocated cost has gone up. I mean, they do operate a number of facilities, they have a large fleet, and so it is also important to note that we will be working very quickly over the next couple of months in preparation for the fiscal year 26 budget cycle to really look at the way that our allocated costs are structured, how they are calculated, so that we can ensure an equitable allocation of those expenses. Parks and Recreation in particular has a very large allocated cost line item, as you can see here, and those are costs that have to be paid. And so we just want to make sure that they are equitable across the entire organization. Also, water costs, electrical costs, those are costs that are really high for Parks and Recreation to make sure that our facilities and our parks and open spaces are adequately maintained. So let's move on to the reduction slide. This slide summarizes the expenditure reductions for the Parks and Rec Department. As you can see, during the 2-year plan, there was a proposal to reduce funding for the after-school program, summer fun, after-school sports, and to be able to utilize new revenue. During the fiscal year 24 budget process last year, Council took an action to add back in some of the staff recommended reductions for restoring the RAP program at Monroe for 1 year, and also to restore youth services for 1 year. So you can see that that add back in of funding is not included in the fiscal year 25 budget because it was a 1-year action by City Council at that time. But I am happy to report that the Parks and Recreation Department continued to find ways to find some cost savings, and then they were able to identify 2 additional items. One was for actually a revenue increase. They think that they can increase some revenue for some of their specific recreation programs and services, and staff is here to talk about that if necessary, and also to suspend the junior high after-school sports program as well for a cost saving of $32,000. Moving on to their fees, I think the Parks and Recreation Department did a very thorough review of their entire fee schedule, and they are proposing to increase a majority of their fees, anywhere between 3% to 5% across a variety of their different programs. They have leveraged the new cost recovery and revenue policy to really analyze and determine what is an appropriate level of cost recovery for the different types of programs that they provide to this community. So they have really used that as a tool, as a guideline for their process. They are proposing to increase some fees higher, 10% increases for their private venue rentals, again, in line with the policy. They're proposing to increase the recreation after school program, the RAP program, by $25 a month, and then also increase the community garden plot fee by $3.83 per month as well. The next slide shows a variety of capital improvement projects that are being proposed to council this year using Measure C funding. And you can see there are multiple projects. Many of these projects have been queued up and been thought through and been proposed during this last year's budget cycle. And so here we are continuing to want to support funding for a variety of these different projects. These projects include renovations of fields, of facilities, parking lots, multiple infrastructure improvement projects. It's also important to note that that first item, the payback to the fleet replacement fund, would conclude the payback that is required for the fleet replacement fund, fronting the money for finishing off the completion of the Cabrillo Pavilion, which was to be paid out of Measure C. And so this would be the final payment required to pay back the fleet fund, which staff is recommending doing in this budget cycle. So that concludes the overview for the Parks and Rec Department.
Questions for this department? Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little concerned about suspending the junior high school after-school program. If I can get a staff member to just give a little background on that. And I understand that as a council, we wanted the RAP program at Monroe back, and I know that it was because we didn't have a lot of students apply for that program. And now with the school district, all the changes that they're going through. So there's 2 questions. Ms. Daugherty, do you think we're going to have increase of students registering for the RAP program at Monroe this summer? Or, I mean, I think you probably know by now. Is it a program that we have enough students for?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, two things. We are going to be offering RAP on 4 school sites this year.
Okay.
And we've already started the registration. We're actually full everywhere, except we have 5 spots left at Adams, and I think 5 spots at Monroe. It's kind of a complicated thing to talk about, because when we have more campuses, we have a higher number of staff required to support those campuses, and so the cost recovery that we're able to achieve goes down.
Yeah.
So we're trying to balance the opportunity to raise fees where appropriate without being too excessive and still provide that program. We are still working with the school district regarding sort of the future of after-school, particularly for elementary. We don't have a new path forward yet. The school district is offering AOK, and we still have families that are very much interested in the city's RAP program. As for the junior high after-school sports, I will say that gives our department, our staff, a lot of pause and concern as well. In the slide, you'll notice that we are hoping to find a way to restore that, working with the school district at least for 1 more year. As we work into our new MOU agreement, that, you know, it may be that we do phase out of doing that and have a better understanding of what the school district can actually contribute and is contributing to that program, so perhaps fewer city dollars are needed. You know, in order to fund it, we'll have to make a reduction somewhere else in the department, and it's going to be services to the larger public.
Thank you. That is all. And I'm really supportive of all the changes you have made. I know that it's very difficult right now with all the changes that the school district is going through, and a lot of it, I think the city is going to be picking up. My question is, how much is the community garden? My next question is, how much is the community garden plot now?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, I'll have Rich Hanna answer that, but our plan is to raise it to $120 a year, which will be consistent with the city of Goleta as well as the city of Carpinteria, but he can give you some more background.
Thank you.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, the current annual rental rate is $74 for the year, and we're moving it to $120 based on other communities and what they're charging. The cost of water and staff to operate the gardens has gone up, and so we're trying to move the annual cost recovery of this program up to what it should be.
Okay. And they can pay monthly, they don't have to pay the $120 up front.
Currently, that's a great question. Currently, right now, they do not, they pay 1 fee for the year.
Okay.
But we're pretty confident that this fee increase is not something that will deter the gardens. We have actually met all of the wait list requirements with the recent improvements we've been making.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. DiMartini, could you explain to the public what non-capital equipment for, it's slide 85, it goes from 30,000 plus, and then for 2024, it goes 75. It's non-capital equipment.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I'm going to ask Tina to come up to answer that question about the non-capital equipment line. Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, non-capital equipment is the equipment that we budget to replace smaller equipment, and it varies from year to year. We project on what's aging and needs replacement. It might be a larger piece of equipment, but generally speaking, we've moved all of our large equipment purchases to the Measure C account that was established by council, but we still have those needs within our department that don't fall within the categorization of capital, and that's what that line item is for those purchasing needs that we have to continue to keep the department functioning as needed with smaller equipment.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Further questions for this department? All right, very good. Thank you. We'll go to police.
Thank you very much. I'll be presenting on the police department now. Overall, I would like to commend the police department brilliantly on treating their vacancies. As we know, vacancies remain a top priority for the department. Recruitment of officers is a nationwide challenge for all agencies, but it's particularly difficult in Santa Barbara. And so to address this challenge, the department has reallocated some resources in fiscal years 24 and 25 to design and implement a robust recruitment plan that really embraces our local community groups and colleges and universities and creates a work environment that's appealing for new hires. The department does aim to reduce vacancies to less than 15% of total positions, and they have made strides for that this year. And so I'd like to take a moment to just give them some praise there. Again, we are going to concentrate on the general fund today, so moving on to their revenues. Excuse me. Fines and forfeitures are going down slightly, and that is predominantly due to parking citation revenue and staffing difficulties. And then the internal charges that were coming in were for reimbursement for street sweeping staff, and that was being for residential and commercial street sweeping. That was coming in from Public Works, and there has been a restructure that's now being treated under Creeks and Public Works. On the expenditure side, there are no significant changes for the coming fiscal year from the last proposal, save some reductions in salaries and benefits, and those are also due to the aforementioned refinement of projections and also some retirements that happened in the department. Do note that the capital is dropping off sharply, and that is because the capital replacement has been shifted off of General Fund to Measure C, which you will see shortly. Police met and exceeded their reduction targets for the 2-year plan. They did this predominantly by holding specialty positions open. As opposed to eliminating those positions that they did with some of their hourly records and the range master position, the marginal utility of those final positions because of the vacancy rate is really hard to determine. So we wanted to preserve those positions without funding for the moment. And as we get closer to those positions, we may be requesting funding to fund those positions. As mentioned before, police equipment replacement, which is all of the things that our officers and our staff need to keep our public safe, have been moved to Measure C, as well as some funding for the police station. And if you have any questions, we have staff on hand to answer that.
Question for Police Department, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just, two questions. One, same question as I asked Chief Males about sort of the presentations to the community, and it was really impactful, the way it was presented about the current budget position we're in and what that means for public safety in terms of policing, if you wouldn't mind that one. And then the other question I have, which may be folded in with there or not, is I think it's great that street sweeping is coming from maybe Measure B or other, and I'm wondering if there may be an opportunity for other things to also, I'm thinking in terms of sort of festivals, events, and sort of management of the cleanup of those types of things that might also come from that funding or not, are also in terms of like, well, and anything else. So that's open-ended, but really the sort of presentation that you've been giving to the community.
I'll actually start with the second one first. It doesn't change the revenue piece, it just changes the way we allocate it for street sweeping. We used to do this weird transfer back and forth to one, to the other, to Public Works, and we have simplified the process significantly, and now sustainability is managing that. So it's really about a clerical movement that makes it really clear for everything. It doesn't actually change dollar amounts. It just changes the way in which all of those internal charges get moved around. But it makes it clear. It actually makes where we can account for the program much better within the department that is managing it versus, yes, we do the enforcement piece, but we don't manage anything to do with the street sweeping piece.
Thank you.
So I hope that clarifies that. In terms of the department itself, like I've been talking about at some of the community presentations, you know, We're actually doing a phenomenal job of hiring. Our vacancy rate is actually less than 15% at this point. We actually have only a handful of professional staff positions, 4 to be exact, along with we're at 9 parking enforcement officers out of 12 at this point. With very shortly, we will have all of those 12 filled, and I'll actually be asking to overhire because we have some of those that will be moving into the academy in the next year. And then for the first time, I hate to even say this, instead of staffing dispatch with officers, the goal is before the end of the summer is we will no longer have dispatch, officers in dispatch unless they are light duty. We have all of our vacancies filled in dispatch. We just have a lot of folks in training, which takes some time, as you can imagine. And if you take out the holds, we're at a point where we're almost to single digits in terms of our number of officer vacancies. So we have 9 officers in the academy right now. We're using multiple academies instead of just twice a year. We've completely changed our recruitment and retention strategy in terms of how we're doing our recruitment and how we're meeting with our potential applicants. We're hiring from the city and a lot of folks that grew up in the city, like we had said that was our intention. But with it, we have a lot of folks in training, a lot of folks in the academy, and a lot of folks in FTO. So that takes time for us to actually, see that. My goal is when we get to 26, when you ask me if I can hold positions, that the answer will be no. My hope is, and I've shared this openly with Keith, is that my hope is even as we get into 25, I'm going to be knocking on the door to try to open those positions up so that we can get folks into the academy and hire for those positions. What I have shared with the community is our goal is always to answer the 911 calls, and that is our first priority. I'll be the first to say that when it comes to some of our other functions that are specialty positions, like, motors that primarily do traffic and enforcement and those other ones, that's where we lack with these holds, is our specialty positions that offer those additional services to our community. You can guarantee we're still meeting all of our demands when it comes to answering a 911 call in the appropriate amount of time. But yes, if you want a regular report call, you might have to wait longer than I would like you to wait. That's the reality of where we're at with our staffing. But we're working really diligently and hard to move past that. Staff has done exceptionally well in meeting the challenges that we've put before them with it. And like I said, the whole goal is to make sure if you call 911 that you get a police officer in the appropriate amount of time. There's a lot of other demands on the department. Our calls for service are increasing, not decreasing. We saw a 3% increase in 2023, and we had over 61 calls for service. So it's a significant, the calls that came into dispatch in 2023 were over 120,000. That's how many phone calls, non-emergency and emergency, they actually answered in dispatch. So it kind of just gives you a broader overview. But I know Councilmember Jordan challenged me at the last budget, and I didn't take that lightly. And, we're not there yet, but we are making significant strides in getting to where we need to be.
Really excellent, thank you. And it's a good opportunity to say what exceptional recruits in the last year or two. So really, really commendable, well done. And I think that answers my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Good news on the dispatch and increase the number of officers. And I have seen more parking enforcement, which is noticeable. In fact, between walking from finance to here today, I saw a couple tickets on the cars and some writing, and I
got one on my own car the other day, yeah.
Thank you for your contribution.
Yes, you're welcome.
So I just wanted to follow up. I know we have the vacancies in the number of officers, and I just wanted to clarify, in terms of budgeting, are we budgeting that we are at the full number of the 142, or are we budgeting below that, with expecting that we're going to have some vacancies and savings in that?
We're budgeted only up to, like, those holds are within the budget. So the number that you see is minus those holds. So it's minus the 4 officer positions and the sergeant position.
So those are the only ones that aren't budgeted, so we're getting, so anything that, say, isn't filled, that would just be savings and expenditures later on, but we are trying to fill those.
Yes, I have lovingly joked with finance that my goal is not for the budget to be balanced on salary savings from the PD, that we're using all of it, and we have the folks that this community deserves to provide the policing services it needs.
Right, perfect, so they're in the budget, that's what I wanted to clarify.
If I may add to that, thank you so much, Chief. I completely agree with her sentiment on that. And there has been so much work done over the past 2 years to make sure that the line item budget for the police department is in line with what they are needing to spend their money on to continue to operate as is. They have relied for years on salary savings to pay for their ongoing equipment, their ongoing software licenses, many other types of ongoing expenses, which is not a sustainable way of operating the department. So we have realigned the way that their line item budget works, and it's an incredible amount of work to be able to do that. The other thing I would like to mention is that it's a good time to make sure that council is aware that we do budget an overall attrition savings number in the general fund. That's not specific for each individual department. And that assumption assumes that there will be a natural level of attrition that will occur from people that retire, from people that might separate from the city, and it might take time to backfill those positions. That is an additional assumption in the budget on top of these specific positions that are being held vacant to achieve expenditure savings targets.
Thank you for the clarifications, and I appreciate the switch in how you're accounting for the capital, I guess, if you want to call it that, investments or the services or the equipment that they need versus trying to fund that by salary savings. I think it's more transparent, and it helps us understand what are the actual officer on the bodies on the force need versus what are the services that or the equipment that you need and all that.
Yeah,
So it's
and
helpful here.
we're doing the same thing as fire is with the capital budget is, now instead of it being, an emergency because something is broken or is out of service, we're trying to forecast all of those things and realize what we need to do every year with the equipment replacement.
Thank you.
Very good. More questions for police? Thank you very much, Chief. We'll go on to Public Works.
Good afternoon. I will be talking about the Public Works Department. As previously stated, we are focusing on the general fund, Public Works, in this presentation. Just a smaller portion of the overall Public Works Department. They have a number of enterprise funds and internal services funds. So we will just be focusing on the general fund. You can see that their revenue is up a little bit over the 2-year approved budget from last year. And their expenditures are also up a little bit as well. The major highlights for the revenues are an increase in the work order revenue for engineers. There are 3 engineers moving from the facilities fund into the general fund. And there is also a 5% increase across the board to land development fees. Again, for major expenditure, from the major highlights for the expenditures, we have those 3 engineers that are moving from the facilities to the general fund, and also, salary, benefit, and allocated cost increases as well. So here are these 2 changes. So these 3 engineers are moving from facilities to general fund, and that is going to cost around $579,000. With that, there will also be an additional increase to revenue from work orders, which will generate about $521,000. For the reductions, Public Works was able to meet their reductions as part of the 2-year plan. They had reductions in special projects and reductions in supplies and services for both the administration and engineering departments. And again, their positions are just, position changes are just those 3 engineers moving from the facilities fund to the general fund. And their major fee changes are, 5% increase across the board for updated engineering and transportation planning fees and the land development fees as previously highlighted on the expenditure slide. For capital, for the general, this is for the general fund piece. There are several projects being funded by Measure C and the general fund capital as well. I would like to note that the Plaza de la Guerra revitalization is currently in there as $200,000, but there has been a staff recommended adjustment to increase that amount by $1 million, bringing a total to $1.2 million, so we are able to reach the construction phase. There is also business corridor improvements for $500,000, and the 2 ADA projects for $250,000 and $100,000. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you. So that's exciting about Plaza de la Guerra revitalization. Does that mean that it seems like we might get to construction phase in this next budget year?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, we want to be able to get to the construction phase, so we need to fund the project through the duration of the design phase. And when we put the 2-year budget together, there was a possibility that that project would have been bundled with the police station debt issuance. So we didn't make the big ask at that point in time to finish the design. We were only looking at the initial, the 200,000. At this point, we've gotten some guidance to not bundle that and to keep it separate from the PD project. It's on a different track at this point where we're pretty confident we'll be bidding the police station project in the next, hopefully, couple of months. The Plaza project has a ways to go yet, but if we're looking at the next fiscal year, hopefully we will be near the end of design at that point in time.
So thank you. And so that 1.2 million would get us through design.
Yes.
And review process. Okay. Thank you. And then I think this is a good opportunity to say Alta Vista and APS, wow, thank you for those being paved. And are there any changes or updates to the paving schedule or the laying down of water mains or sewage pipe or any changes in that for this budget cycle?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, those are our 2 biggest ongoing programs that we have within the department, water main replacement and the streets program. And no substantial changes. It's funded right now. It's proposed, we'll see it in the overall Measure C. It's funded at kind of the minimum level that we need to continue to gain on the PCI. The Pavement Condition Index, no acronyms, right? So we're getting there. We're making slow progress on the streets repaving, and that's largely due to a lot of the in-house work that's being done by city crews. I think at this point, a majority of the Measure C paving funding is going to the in-house operation. So that's been really instrumental in the success of that program. The water main replacement program, we had a project that went out to bid earlier in the year, and unfortunately bids came in much higher than expected. So we're doing some reassessment on whether we can do some things to trim costs, whether we can deliver those projects more effectively, more cost effectively, but also more efficiently getting them out to bid. And we haven't repackaged that yet for bidding. But we're trying to work those two programs together so that we're not repaving streets and seeing them immediately cut into. And I think we have two work groups within engineering, streets engineering and water resources engineering, and they just are continuing to work closer and closer together to coordinate on those programs.
Thank you. And then just one last question. It's sort of overarching, and I'm not sure who would answer it, but so we have the 500,000 that's under community development toward staffing for downtown revitalization planning, and then so many of the things come out of public works also, and how is it decided sort of the percentage that will be funded in keeping the street clean or designing it or parklets or maintenance or all of those pieces together? Because I think there is some question about maybe whether that could be housed under community development instead. And so just kind of your thoughts on that.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Snedden. Our current construct was that community development, the line of demarcation was community development had the master plan, and that Public Works through our downtown team and the parking enterprise fund would have the interim operations. And since we're still under interim operations, the way we are structured now, and I think Mr. DeMartini would support me on this, is that's why it falls with us. And we will be back tomorrow to talk about the status of that enterprise fund and give you some options on how we can address those very issues you're talking about.
Thank you. So that would be the time to ask about funding for the downtown plaza and cleaning and everything. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I have a quick question about ATP projects that we have going on and different kind of grant funding. When we do a participating grant, like an ATP grant, where does our matching fund, how do we book that in terms of your budget? Where is that booked? So the grant itself and the participating part, and is that a Measure C part? I would assume that would be from the matching funds. And the last question is, I want to tie it all in, when you do FEMA, for example, we have the one FEMA project down by the Laguna, so I'm just kind of curious how and where that's booked in the whole scene.
Right. Mayor Rouse, I'll answer the question about kind of the general streets grants, which would be like an ATP active transportation program grant. As much as possible, we're applying for grants that have no city match required, but we do have a history of projects that have included a match. With our grant-funded projects, we typically don't include the grant in the annual budget process because there's a timing associated with whoever the granting agency is, and we don't know for sure we're going to get the money until a certain point in time. And then we'll go to council as a separate action to appropriate the grant funds. And a lot of times that will also be when we appropriate the match funds, and it might be moving it from an existing appropriation. It could be that it was sitting there in pavement overlays, and we move it as a match for the grant because a lot of these projects have a streets repaving component to it. So we get a pretty good bang for our buck when we do that kind of move, taking it out of pavement, putting it into the grant, and hopefully there's at least an equivalent amount of paving that's taking place as part of the grant project.
So when we do one of those bridge projects, it jumps up and it's a pretty big number, so.
It can. Those are, I mean, roughly it's a 10% match, and when you're doing a $5 to $10 million project, that starts to add up. On FEMA, that was the other piece
Yes.
you mentioned. That one is a bit trickier because we don't know, a lot of times these are emergency projects. Laguna's a little bit different, but like the last 2 winters, for example, there've been a lot of emergency repairs that we've had to go out and do. And we get started on that, not necessarily knowing what the path is going to be with FEMA on reimbursement. Finance sets up accounts typically when we know there's going to be a disaster declaration, and we track the costs separately, but not until we get closer with FEMA on understanding reimbursements would we go and do like a grant appropriation.
I just understood that we were already approved in that one project, but I can talk to you about that offline.
On those, we are approved, and we have made appropriations for Laguna.
Okay, but that's not in here once again. Well, that's
correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. More question for Public Works? Anyone? Ms. Gutierrez.
I'm going to stick to the numbers, but I'm curious. So we're talking about matching funds. Do city departments, especially yours, have a process where you communicate with other departments to make sure that you guys are not competing with specific grants, where when you apply for a grant, it's almost a guarantee that, if there's matching funds, you will get the grant instead of like competing with another department? Can you?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'll try to address that. We do, in several forums, all the directors and of course the city administrator, assistant city administrator meet and discuss from an executive level what our program looks like. And then we have the budget steering committee meetings, which are the same forum of people, and we address that. It's not just money that's competing with grants, it's also human resources. We have a fixed amount of engineers, project managers, and we have other projects that might not be grant funded, but need to get done for the city. And so that allocation of our finite amount of resources within engineering needs to be considered in addition to the grants. So, kind of follow on with Mr. DeMoore stated is right now, we are not putting forth any projects with matching grants just because of our fiscal situation and our internal resources situation and other compelling requirements. I know you've heard this, keep saying it, or it's not a matter of all these requirements aren't valid. They absolutely are. It's just a matter of we have to choose amongst many valid requirements as to which ones we're going to apply our resources to.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. More questions for Public Works? And that will go to sustainability and resilience.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Honorable Council. Sustainability and resilience, has 2 general fund programs. On the revenue side of this overview slide, you will see an increase of $28,738 in FY25 recommended budget, which is related to a utility user tax streets fund reimbursement and Cal Recycle grant. In the expenditure details, you will see a $352,000, 576 increase that is related to allocated costs, special projects, and supplies and services, which are related to the department taking over the management of the environmental compliance program in FY 2024. For revenues, the major highlights in S&R revenue include a streets fund transfer related to utility user tax streets fund reimbursement and a Cal Recycle grant related to community engagement efforts. This grant covers outreach and education for household hazardous wastes. Staff does expect this grant to be fully spent by the end of fiscal year 2024. For expenditures, the major highlights are the environmental compliance, which is beginning in 2024, the environmental compliance program moved from Public Works environmental compliance NPW to newly created SNR environmental compliance. Another major highlight is the proposed change of moving waste disposal cost from spills in the right-of-way from the general fund to the solid waste fund, with those savings reprogrammed to additional remediation project appropriations. The allocated cost increase you see in the amount of $49,421 is due to personnel costs and allocated costs being moved to the solid waste fund. The SNR environmental compliance funds for supplies and services and special projects relate to environmental cleanup activities, vector control, and related programs that remain in the general fund. Reductions to the general fund in SNR were achieved by moving personnel costs of approximately $156,000 to solid waste fund in FY 2024. And there are no positions related to environmental compliance, in sustainability and resilience, pardon me. Positions related to environmental compliance were moved. For SNR capital, the electric vehicle infrastructure program that you see here in the amount of $150,000 is to be used for EV charging infrastructure as a city match for state and federal grants, or for projects where grant funding is not available, such as city fleet, non-public facing infrastructure. And with that, we'll move to questions.
All right, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm not sure how to phrase the question, but what doesn't come across in this presentation is how phenomenally well sustainability and resilience is performing financially and sort of ahead of their pro forma. And if you could maybe just comment on that, because it doesn't, just looking at these numbers or the change, it doesn't come across, but given what they had planned to be able to expend and then came to council and had an extra $1 million for equity programs and those kinds of things. So if you could just comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Snedden, Honorable Mayor Rouse. That is a very good point, and they have been performing extremely well to the point that they were able to pay off their loan to the general fund in advance. We'll see more detail on that next week in the enterprise special and intercity funds. So this is a really good point, and we'll see more detail on that next week.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Friedman.
I'll hold off till next week when we do that question. It's not germane today. Thanks.
All right, great summation, I like that. Any more questions for this department? Thank you, we'll go to capital.
Thank you very much. The information in the following slides has been seen on prior slides within the department, so I will go through them rather quickly, with the exception of information technology, which is an inter-city service fund. It's okay, I've been coughing. And we'll go through them in a little more detail next week. So as you see, the information technology is, even though they are not a general fund department, a lot of these projects do service the general fund. And I would like to say, as Director Maurer pointed out earlier, there is a robust process by which department heads gather and have what I would describe as a very lively conversation about which projects are reasonably going to be achieved this year and will actually be able to be accomplished given our restraints of monetarily and also with human hours. So we have our list of information technology projects for the coming year that will go into more detail next week. We again see the fire emergency replacement. It has been moved to Measure C, and emergency electronic infrastructure upgrades that are coming with the electrification of most of our fleets as the technology comes up to be able to have our safety vehicles be electrified. And the regional dispatch, which we previously mentioned, we hope to move out of Measure C as it is an ongoing operational expense, but it does relate to safety. The library has multiple Measure C projects, as Interim Director Bodette alluded to. We really would like to better utilize the library. Parks and Recreation has a number of projects in in flux. They do an excellent job of maintaining and improving our parks, including the matching funds for a lot of donations that came through for the Dwight Murphy Field, so I'd like to commend them on their ability there. Public Works, as one of the major components of the council-directed objectives for the second 5 years of Measure C spending, is spending quite a bit on pavement maintenance in that effort to get to that PCI, or Pavement Compliance Index, of 75 within the next 10 years. They have been doing a great job of that, but it is going to take time, and ultimately we do hope that having that higher index makes it more cost-effective to maintain the streets as opposed to constantly repairing them. And then our last three departments with Measure C funding are Sustainability and Resilience, which my colleague just went through, Community Development and City Administration, which we started the presentation with, and here are our totals for capital from the current fiscal year and then also for the upcoming budget year. And are there any questions on capital?
Questions for this department? All right, very good. Appreciate that. There are no action items, so we do appreciate the presentations and all the work you guys put into it. Oh, Ms. Snedden. How you doing? Yes, no,
No,
not really sure.
I'm just in the queue for comments, but not
You
to
can
interrupt you
certainly-
at all, Mayor Rouse. I was
You can certainly comment. Go right ahead.
Mayor
Thank you.
Rouse, are we going to take public comment?
Do we have public comment online? We have no speakers' lips here.
No public comment on right
Thank
now,
you.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we have Kathy Janiga Dykes. I almost forgot about her. She's been here for so long, as long as we have. So we do have public comment. Thank you for your
I was
patience.
going to say good afternoon, but now it's good evening. Mayor Rouse and members of the council, my name is Kathy Janiga Dykes, and I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And I'm here to ask you for your continued support for our mission. Your annual appropriation to Visit Santa Barbara is especially wise, but it's not because the money provides our organization with support, but it's because your annual investment generates this tangible benefit right back to the general fund. This, in turn, of course, reduces the city's budget deficits and certainly protects the parks, library, police, fire services, everything that we heard about for the last couple of hours, and more importantly, improves the quality of life for everyone. So I'd like to walk you through what this benefit looks like. It's a visiting family excited for their first ever escape to the American Riviera, landing at our beautiful Santa Barbara Airport and paying a passenger fee to the city for that privilege. After they rent a car, they check into one of the 68 hotels within the city of Santa Barbara. They're thrilled to hit the pool, but not before paying the 12% transient occupancy tax to the city's fund. And over the 3 days, they may explore Stearns Wharf. They're going to shop downtown, sample a local Pinot Noir, and dine on authentic tacos and locally caught seafood. And during that time, they're paying their hourly parking fees to the parking fund and sales tax on each transaction to the general fund. So all of this needs to start with marketing and sales work made possible by your wise decisions to compete aggressively on behalf of our small businesses, their employees, and just as importantly for our city's treasury. We at Visit Santa Barbara are so passionate about our work. We're committed to generating a positive return on investment, and I'm so grateful for the many years of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for waiting all this time. Appreciate that. And with that, do we have anybody online, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and Ms. Nunn, do you have a closing comment?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So just, I think as placeholder, I'll just go through with comments from in the order of the departments. So first, just it was really great to see from our council workshop and priorities to see some of those sprinkled in here and being addressed. And so just more of that, I think highlighting that is really appreciated. I appreciate that. So for future comments, just that set aside for the right to counsel, I think we need to get that going. We set that aside a while ago, and those funds need to be moving. So that's a comment. And then, also with in lieu fees, not just the discussion of increasing them, but sort of what is the status of them now, how have they been used, where do they live, that comment. Yes, support the additional position in the city attorney's office. Yes, support the community development position. Yes, adaptive reuse sooner rather than later. Or if it's not cost effective, let's find that out so that we can stop putting energy there. I think just support for raising in lieu fees once the BAE results are in, hopefully to cost recovery. I think these are just my comments at this stage, that I think many of us think that in lieu fees are just sort of egregiously low and aren't really enough to be able to offset and create affordable units. I really like the idea of the 100% affordable or nonprofit units being moved to the front of the queue in community development, or they already have an ombudsman if they're already competing. So support for looking more into that, and maybe there are even some cost savings with that, but either way, very supportive of that. I do think it's worth looking at a vacancy community development fee for commercial, and really more for the appearance of the business. Does it appear occupied as opposed to a big vacancy sign? Is it, it doesn't matter to me if they're actually renting it out or if they're letting a nonprofit or, the VADA program at local high school or the robotics program showcase some of their work, or however it is that they're using it. And I'm not sure if that would be a vacancy tax exactly, but really a community benefit fee. So either put something in your windows or open it up to nonprofits or pay a hefty fee so that we can help fund those things. Something to look at. Yes, to the credit card fee. It seems to me like that's a big return on a small fee individually. I think we should consider bringing back, maybe not the full, for the fire, not the full warehouse specialist, but maybe some support in that. It doesn't seem like a good use of city resources, actually, to be having firefighters dealing with the warehouse and deliveries and using fire trucks for that. So that seems like maybe there could be better support in that. I support Councilmember Jordan's ask about looking at the expanded wildfire benefit assessment district. I think that's really beneficial to District 4, and I think it effectively keeps fire hazards down, and I think that's worth looking at. And then for Parks and Rec, just a comment to just keep looking at the equity programs through those new guidelines of cost recovery. I think that's been a really nice guideline on how to address equity and fees and who we're serving, and just really, really hoping that the schools and Parks and Recreation can keep working together to come up with really quality after-school programs that are not competing with each other and are also not redundant in their funding, because the kids really need it. And those are my comments.
All right, very good. Any further comments from anyone on council? Ms. Gutierrez.
I want to thank city staff. Thank you so much for all your hard work, especially finance. A big shout out to the chief of police and her department. Her department didn't change at all, and sustainability, a great job. I just want to reinforce that I really want to look into having those pre-approved ADU models in community development over the counter, that we provide that to the customer. And so those fees that come in can stay within in-house. Also a huge supporter of the short-term rental enforcement and moving forward, having them work. I know they work very closely with code enforcement and building and safety, but really form a partnership there. We talk about how we have an old housing stock, and I don't want government to just be out there and enforcing. I really want a long-term goal where we bring back this housing stock to long-term renters and work together as a community. Ms. Sneddon brought up about storefronts. I think we should ask. I don't know if anybody has asked some of these property owners downtown. During the pandemic, I actually worked with some of these storefronts that were vacant and provided space for local nonprofits, so maybe ask and not so much impose first, because maybe a lot of them would be willing to have nonprofits or showcase their storefront. And that's about it. Big supporter of adding the 2 staff for community development. That's it. Thank you.
All right, very good. And we will continue the fun tomorrow at 1 o'clock, same time, same place, and we're going to adjourn at 6:12. Thank you very much.
Thank you.